It was the final night of para-athletics at the Stade de France. 9 days of compelling track and field action at Paris 2024. There was more excitement to come in an intriguing women's 200 metres T11 final. Jerusa Gilbert dos Santos from Brazil aiming for a sprint double at these Paralympic Games. Her confidence high after winning the 100 metres. All four finalists made promising starts. Defending champion Liu Qing and Gilbert dos Santos were level. The Brazilian had produced a terrific finish to take the gold, with Liu second. Gilbert dos Santos had equalled the Paralympic record with a time of 24.51 seconds.
Was flag bearer for Islamic Republic of Iran for these games. Fourth at the 24 Worlds, won the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year. Well, she's just a legend on the track. Omara Duran Elias, gold in the 100 and 400 here. Has won the 100, 200 and 400 at the last two Paralympic Games. So she's going for what we're calling the triple-triple. Alejandra Perez Lopez, and if that name sounds familiar, it's because she is the twin sister of Linda, who just raced in the previous event and finished fourth. And Simran with guide Abhay Singh from India. Won the 24 World Championships, but Duran Elias was not there. But will go away quickly in the outside lane. But really in lane 3, a slice of history awaiting Omara Duran Elias and her long-time guide, Junior Kimdalan Vargas. This pair, can they be stopped from claiming yet another gold? Going for her 11th gold overall. Took the 100 and 400 in London. And this may be her final race. She's talking about retirement. Can she go out a winner? Such a smooth runner and such great synchronicity with her guide, Duran Elias, in 3. Safazada Iran in 1, Perez Lopez in 5, and Simran in 7. And Duran Elias got away steadily, probably a better start coming from Perez Lopez. And in the outside, it's Simran of India. Now into a stride is Duran Elias, and comes into the straight slightly ahead. Good contest though on the outside with Perez Lopez, but now she's striding away. Only needs to take it to the line. She's increasing her lead stride by stride, and of course she does it. The triple-triple is hers. What an athlete, what a record, and what a way to go out if she chooses to. In 23.62, season best, a PB for Perez Lopez in second, and Simran of India third in 24.75, also a PB. In fact, second, third and fourth all ran personal bests. Safazada crossing in fourth. So it'll be bronze for Simran on screen there with a fine time of 24.75. The shoes are off, the flag is there, and I wonder if that's a retirement awaiting, hanging up the shoes. But this is how she did it. Never looks flustered, not always the quickest away, but soon has the velocity to get it done. And they're just arm for arm, stride for stride. What can you say? They're just such a smooth pair.
Yeah, the synchronicity there is incredible between the two of them. 11 Paralympic titles now for Amara Duran, including the 3 that she's picked up at these games.
3 by 3. I guess that makes it 9-carat gold. I don't know. It's certainly gold.
She's got 14 world titles to go with it. I think that might be the end, the way she's there, the emotion is showing. And if she does choose to go out in front of a capacity crowd at the Stade de France, then no better place in what to do.
It's very hard to call it a day, but when you've achieved what she has, hasn't left anything undone.
The women's 200 metres T47 was one of the most open finals on the programme. Look out for Brittany Mason of the United States of America in lane 8, and on her inside, New Zealand's Anna Grimaldi in lane 7. An explosive finish from Grimaldi. She could scarcely believe she had won. The New Zealander was disappointed at missing out on a medal in the long jump, but she had made amends with gold on the track. New Zealand's first gold medal at Paris 2024.
Abdelkarim Kai, who was silver medalist in Tokyo 2020, also 2-time silver in the Worlds. 19 years of age, Angus Hinksman, bronze medalist in the Worlds last year here in Paris. Leo Melody, Pan American Games gold medalist from last year in Santiago.
Reigning Paralympic champion representing Canada.
Nat Reach, the world record and Paralympic record holder, and also the Paralympic champion.
Asian Paralympic Games silver medalist from Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste.
Teofilo Freitas, silver at the Asian Para Games 2 years ago.
2023 World Championship silver medalist from Australia.
Second of the Australians in this event, Reese Langdon, silver at the World Paralympics Championships last year.
World champion world record holder from Tunisia.
19 years of age, he's already won bronze the 400 metres, reigning world champion, Tessué. René Claire, formerly a kayaker, he left Albi and moved to Paris after missing out on Tokyo 2020 qualification. Albi near Toulouse, a lovely part of the world in southern France. So away they go in the men's 1500 metres T38 final. Now moving out in front, René Claire, who was 8th in the Paris World Paralympics Championships last year at Stade Charlotte. He'll be buoyed by the support from this crowd and the adrenaline. Doesn't want to get to him too early, doesn't want to go out too fast. He moved to Paris to improve his athletics, and he has certainly done that by qualifying for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games after missing out on Tokyo. He leads the two Australians, Angus Hinksman, who's on the outside there, and Reese Langdon, the silver medalist in Paris last year, on the right in the yellow vest, is in third position at present, but they're all bunched in. Nate Reach, who is the Paralympic champion, he's a 2-time world champion, is the Canadian, and he's just sitting nicely there on the outside of Hinksman, the Australian. As they move through, they've got 3 laps just under remaining in this men's 1500 metres T38 coordination impairment category final. A bit of a lackadaisical pace at the moment. They almost look like they're out for a bit of a training run. And René Claire, the Frenchman, looked around behind him and was wondering if anyone else was going to come down and maybe take the lead, that he could follow himself. Hinksman in the middle of the screen. with the longish hair, who was a bronze medalist at the Worlds last year. Tasui, the world champion, just sitting in there and biding his time, but they're all bunched together at the moment. You can throw a blanket over the lot of them as they head into the final straight, and when they get down to the line, they'll have 2 laps remaining in the men's 1500 metres T38. Nate Reach, the champion, looking to retain that title, and you can see Cray of Algeria, who won silver in Tokyo, moving to the front. Clerc drops back into his second position. Now, coordination impairment, it does mean that the athletes may well tighten up somewhat towards the end. This is the least of the coordination impairment categories, so the strongest. But it doesn't mean that athletes don't tighten up as they progress through the race. And Nate Reach has made a move around the outside. He's decided that it's maybe time to get a move on with 600 metres or so remaining. So Reach takes to the front. 2.5 minutes through the 800 metre mark. The Paralympic record 3:58.92 from Reach, the world record 3:47.89. So Reach comes round as the French fans cheer on their man, Renaud Clerc, who's still in that bunch there, but he's dropping towards the back of it somewhat. Rhys Langdon has moved around the outside, but it's the second of the Australians, Angus Hinchman, who was bronze last year in Paris, who leads from Rhys Langdon as they take the bell. Nate Reach there on the inside in third position, but it's the Tunisian Tasui, who's won bronze here over the 400 metres, who takes in third position. He's the reigning world champion, who's ahead of the Paralympic champion, but it's the Australians who are out in front in first and second. Angus Hinchman leads from Rhys Langdon, bronze from the Worlds last year, leads silver from the Worlds last year, and the race is now on with 200 metres remaining. It's Hinchman out in front, it's Langdon in second. It's the world champion, Tasui, who's moving around the outside, the 19-year-old. He's got a very fast kick at the end. Nate Reach, the Canadian, the reigning Paralympic champion, is moving to the outside himself. The sprint is on. Tasui's doing his best to get past Langdon. It's a race there. Reach down the outside. Tasui looks like he's going to take it. Tasui's going to take it. He's the Paralympic champion. Nate Reach has just held on for second position. I think Rhys Langdon has picked up the bronze medal for Australia, but it's the world champion in a time of 4:12.91 who takes the gold medal and adds to his world championship title that he won in Kobe earlier this year. 19 years of age, Amin Allah Tasui is the Paralympic champion. 4:12.91, the Tunisian wins Paralympic gold and runs over to the stand straight away to celebrate. Nate Reach, he's been dethroned, but he's picked up this silver medal.
Ignites the flame for the last sections because the experiment and who's got the kick.
Well, he's won a bronze in the 400 metres here already at these games, has Tasui, and I suspect he would have liked a slower pace because he knew he had that speed over the 400 metres. So he came into the 4 with just over a lap to go, and then down the straight he went. I thought Nate Reach was actually going to get there in the end, but Reach just tightened up somewhat as they headed towards the line, and Tasui, he knew he had it. The arms went out. Reach just gets ahead for second. It was very tight. There was 1/100th of a second between Nate Reach and Rhys Langdon in second and third, but no issues at all for that man out in front, Amin Allah Tasui of Tunisia.
He's triumphed.
Broke the Paralympic record in Heat 1, goes in this before it was broken again by Sadly. This will be some race. Bassett Skura of the Dominican Republic, who was 5th in Tokyo 2020. Morojan Muradilov, bronze medalist in Kobe earlier this year.
fifth at the 2024 World Championships representing Colombia. Luis Fernando
Lara Rodriguez, who was fifth in Kobe earlier in the year.
Médaille d'argent aux derniers Jeux Paralympiques de Tokyo pour le Brésil. 2020 Paralympic Games silver medalist from Brazil.
Thomas Ruan Demais, who was silver in Tokyo 2020 and the Worlds the year before that in Dubai.
Reigning champion and reigning world champion for Morocco.
Ayub Sadni, the Paralympic champion, two-time world champion, broke the Paralympic record in his second heat of qualifying.
World silver medalist from South Africa.
Colin Malalea, who won silver at the World Paralympic Championships, goes in lane 7.
Paris 2024 bronze medalist over 100 metres from Morocco.
Ayman El Adawi, who broke the world record in Paris in June of this year, bronze already over the 100 metres. He did hold the Paralympic record before his Moroccan compatriot Sadni bettered it in Heat 2. And Gavit of India, reigning Asian champion, he was fourth at last year's Worlds in Paris at Stade Charlotte. Standing room only if you're lucky enough to get into the aisles, but you'll be ushered on very quickly. Gavit in lane 9. El Adawi in lane 8 of Morocco, world record holder. Malalela of South Africa in 7. Reigning world and Paralympic champion Sadni in lane 6. Demaraes of Brazil goes in lane number 5. Lara Rodriguez of Colombia in 4. Muradulov of Uzbekistan in lane 3. And Dominican Republic's Vasquez Segura in lane number 2, rounding off the field.
400 metres.
So we get away in the men's 400 metres T47 and very quick out in lane number 8. El Hadawi, the reigning world record holder, he's flown through that first 150 metres or so and gone past the man on the outside, Gavit of India. So with 200 metres to go, he leads around the bend, does the world record holder. But Sadni is moving very fast as well, the Paralympic champion. Sadni is 2 lanes inside, he's trying to catch up. Ayman El Adawi, who set the world record in Paris at the Hansport Open back in June, is going to take the victory. His compatriot comes in second, and in third place it is the Brazilian Demaraes, a new world record time of 46.65 seconds for the man who held that world record already set in Paris back in June. He's broken it again. He's beaten it by 2/100ths of a second. Doesn't matter, it's a world record. He's claimed another one. Morocco go 1 and 2, Brazil. But there is your Paralympic champion. Ayman El Adawi, 24 years of age. And he went away at a rate of knots. In the first 50 metres, he was already up on Gavit of India, the Asian champion. He went past him. Ayub Sadni tried to go with him. He did his best around the bend as they came into the home straight. The lactic acid started to burn. Sadni looked like he had enough, and then he really struggled in the last 50 metres, gritting his teeth to the left of screen there. But look at the man in front. He was looking at the clock. He knew he had it. He was saluting and looking. Ayman El Adawi, he took bronze in the 100. He's a world record holder. Again, breaking his own mark that he set in June of this year by 2/100ths of a second. And he's the Paralympic champion over 400 metres.
Shot putter Kai Bing Chen from the People's Republic of China made a dramatic arrival on the Paralympic scene. His throw of 12 metres 77 at his first games earned him the gold medal in the F33 class. It broke a world record that had stood for 9 years. Quite a moment for the 23-year-old Chinese athlete.
In Para Games in Hangzhou last year, they had Saya, second in Tokyo.
Troisième et dernier champion du monde pour l'Inde.
World Championships bronze medalist from India.
Navdeep.
From New Delhi comes 23-year-old Navdeep, fourth in Tokyo, third at the Worlds this year.
Champion paralympique et champion du monde en titre pour la République populaire de Chine.
Reigning world and Paralympic champion from People's Republic of China.
Sun Pengxiang.
Sun Pengxiang won Tokyo third in Rio. His world record stands at 48.94.
Finaliste des Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo pour la Côte d'Ivoire.
8th of the 2020 Paralympic Games representing Côte d'Ivoire.
Michel Allier.
Eighth in Tokyo, took up the sport in his mid-30s, so he's still relatively new to it. Yi.
Pour l'Irak.
2016 Paralympic silver medalist from Iran.
Wildad Bukharawi.
Second in Rio, third in Tokyo and London. The 38-year-old from Baghdad.
Médaillé d'or des Jeux
Wildad
paralympiques de
Bukharawi.
Santiago en 2023 pour Cuba.
Pan American Games champion representing Cuba.
Et René
And the Castro Martinez, the 31-year-old from Las Tunas in Cuba, won the Parapan Games in Chile last year.
Two-time Paralympic champion from Algeria.
Navdeep also got a history in wrestling.
2020 Paralympic Games bronze medalist from Croatia.
He's the youngest man in the field. The only one in his 20s, in fact. Oh, nice throw. Unfortunately, it's a foul. It would have been a good throw.
First Paralympic final from Tunisia.
Oh. Yes. Now, some of the throwers intentionally do that to stop themselves. The coach is going, what are you doing? Sun Pengxiang.
2019 world champion,
He's the favourite. No trouble pulling up for him. And that javelin in flight just seemed to stall a little in the air. He might have been unlucky with the breeze at that moment.
There's an interesting fact about the javelin, that it's actually easier throwing into a breeze than it is throwing with it, because it gives it a bit more distance, believe it or not.
Car Michel Ye, Côte d'Ivoire. He's got a PB of under 40 metres, so he'll do well to get near Bayat Sayar and Sun Pengxiang. Around about 33 metres first up. It was 8th in Tokyo. So 32. Bukharawi of Iraq. Now towards 40 metres, he's got a PB of 43.96. He's at his fourth Paralympic Games. Bronze medalist in both Tokyo and London. Second in Rio. He had a second placing at the 2019 Worlds. And up sixth and last in this rotation is the Cuban Eva Castro Martinez.
1500 mètres hors catégorie T38.
Sees season best is his PB, so this year he's run his best distance of 37.95. Perhaps he's thrown at 34 there. We're back to the men's javelin F41. Fits him in first. Now Navdeep, 46.39 the second round. They've left Sun Pengsheng behind them. Navdeep now. And out it goes, 47 plus. No quibbling with his method of pulling up before the line as he almost dives at the track and turns around to see it absolutely flying. He's got a PB coming in of 44.29. Well, he's just demolished that with a 47.32. He's beaten his PB by 3 metres. Paralympic record. Displacing Sun Pengsheng. Now Sun is under siege here from Navdeep and Bayat Saya, India and Iran. Nice throw out towards 45. To get some counsel.
All right, let's find out what's happening with the men's F41 javelin. And Bayat Saya has put one out there with his 5th attempt to try to wrestle the lead back from Navdeep, who threw 47.32 in the third, the new PB and Paralympic record. But Bayat Saya knows how to celebrate a good throw, and he's put one out there of 47.64. Yes, indeed. And Paralympic record to him now, and the lead is back with the Iranian. So Sun Pengsheng won Tokyo, 3rd in Rio. It was only in May this year that he set the world record of 48.94. Just can't push it past the 45 metres at the moment. And he needs 47 and plenty to take the lead. Sun Pengsheng. No, it's just not there today. A little shake of the head. Fair throw. But it is just not near his best. It's just under 42 metres. That will be the bronze this time for Sun Pengsheng, as it was in Rio. Disappointed, though, as he knows he can throw further. Now, Navdeep, 23-year-old from New Delhi. He's already thrown a really big personal best of 47.32, having previously thrown 44.29, so foul with his 4th, 46.05 with his 5th. Out towards 45. So it'll be silver for Navdeep. Hasn't been able to beat Sayar, and it was a foul in any case.
India!
Fourth in Tokyo and third at the Worlds this year. So this is a big result for Navdeep. What a future at 23.
Hannah Cockcroft, one of the all-time greats of Paralympic sport, was by far the fastest going into the final of the women's 800 metres T34. A pedigree that made the Great Britain wheelchair racer the overwhelming favourite for victory. Cockcroft won her second gold of these games, taking her career total to 9. An amazing athlete who always performs on the big stage. Q8 won their first gold medal at these Paralympic Games. It came from Faisal Saror, who triumphed in the men's shot put F63 category with a throw of 15 metres 31. Saror, the hero for Q8. Two Moroccans dominated the men's 400 metres T47 final. Ayman El Hadoui in lane 8 led teammate Ayub Sadni in lane 6. El Hadoui victorious in a new world record time of 46.65 seconds. A great moment for Morocco.
It's crazy, eh? Like, I'm a long jumper. That's, you know, my last 2 Paralympic golds were from the long jump. It's crazy now that I've won a gold at every Games I've been to. This was my first international 200 metre race in about 7 years, and I've only ran 3 in the last year to qualify to get here. And so I'm really excited for what this could mean in the future. I mean, yeah, it's really exciting.
At the stunning Eiffel Tower Stadium, the blind football teams from Colombia and Brazil battled it out for the bronze medal. 5-time gold medalists Brazil, wearing green, had suffered their first Paralympic Games defeat in 20 years when they lost on penalties in the semi-finals. But they seem to have put that quickly behind them, and they registered 2 shots on goal inside the first minute of play. A delightful pass from Ricardo Steinmetz Alves set up Raimundo Nonato Alves Mendes for a close-range effort. Before just seconds later, Brazil's number 9 Thiago da Silva tested the Colombian keeper from further out. The next big chance of the game also went the way of Brazil, who were the better team throughout the first half. But Nonato Alves would twice be denied from a tight angle. Paralympic debutants Colombia struggled to create chances before the interval. Then a wonderful run and shot from Jean-Aider Gonzalez Hernandez was just inches away from giving them the lead early in the second half. Brazil remained the more active team in attack though, and after a corner from their right-hand side, Jefferson de Conceição Gonçalves fired them into a 1-0 lead, sparking wild celebrations. Brazil's number 7 showed some superb fast footwork, and his shot had the power and accuracy necessary to beat the keeper. Colombia worked hard trying to level the match, but it was Brazil who went closest to scoring again, as Nonato Alves hit the post late on. And Brazil were able to hold their advantage to the end of the game, winning the blind football bronze medal, beating Colombia by 1-0.
Vamos levar uma medalha para casa.
We will take home a medal. We really wanted the gold medal. Well, it wasn't possible, but the bronze medal is also a great achievement, which we have to value, because we beat a great opponent, a very strong team, Colombia.
Muito forte, que é a Colômbia.
As the sun set at the Eiffel Tower Stadium, the blind football competition was drawing to a conclusion. The gold medal match would see France, the home heroes, up against Argentina, who were fresh off their historic win over Brazil, the Argentinians ending Brazil's perfect Paralympic Games record. As the French fans made themselves heard, it was the home side which took the lead as half-time approached, thanks to a superb piece of skill from Frédéric Villeroux. He kept control of the ball, wrong-footed 2 defenders and finished well, much to the delight of the home crowd. This was the moment the fans had been hoping for. Villeroux had scored his 3rd goal of the games. But the lead didn't last long. Straight from the restart, a long ball was not dealt with by the French defence. Maximiliano Espinicio took advantage to bring Argentina level. It was only their 2nd goal of the games and his 1st. As the second half got underway, it was Argentina who applied the pressure early on. Superb reflexes from France's goalkeeper Alessandro Bartolomucci, keeping the scores level. As the second half went on, there was nothing to separate the two sides, straight then to a penalty shootout. With the scores at 2-2, up stepped Argentina's Nahuel Heredia. Saved by Bartolomucci. It was then left to France's captain Villeroux to slot home. France, the new Paralympic champions. The party only just beginning at the Eiffel Tower Stadium.
The final session of the Paris swimming programme drew another large crowd to La Défense Arena. One last chance for the world's best to collect medals in the pool. Cole Pearce of Australia finished 4th in the 200 metres SM10 individual medley at Tokyo 2020. To take gold this time, he'd have to beat Italy's Stefano Raimondi, who had already won 3 titles here at Paris 2024. After his triumphs in freestyle, breaststroke and butterfly, Raimondi's versatility was decisive. He came in first, almost 3 seconds ahead of Pearce. Men's 100 metres S6 backstroke saw Jia Hong Kwang attempt to retain the title he won at Tokyo 2020. He hadn't yet won a medal at these games, but led at the turn here in the final. In the second 50 metres, he couldn't hold off the challenge of his compatriot. It was Yang Hong who came through to win his 3rd gold at these games. Wang Jinggang took the silver, defending champion Jia down in 6th place. It's been an impressive games for Italian swimmers, so could Alberto Amadeo continue that in the men's 100 metres S8 butterfly? Into the second 50 metres he had work to do, with Wu Honglang of the People's Republic of China ahead. Amadeo timed his surge perfectly to take the Paralympic title by 0.26 seconds. In the men's 50-metre S7 butterfly, the medalists from the last Paralympic Games were all back to compete again. Evan Austin of the United States of America was the defending champion. But in a fast final, it was Ukraine's Andrei Trusov who'd won silver in Tokyo, who touched first this time. Austin outside the medals in 4th. World record holder Roman Zhdanov was the man to beat in the men's 50 metres S4 backstroke. The neutral Paralympic athlete always had the edge in a close race and retained his title from Tokyo 2020. Angel de Jesus Camacho Ramirez of Mexico upgraded his bronze from Tokyo to silver this time. Umut Unlu's gold in the men's 50 metres S3 freestyle earlier in the Games made him the first male swimmer from Turkey to win a Paralympic medal. Now aiming for his 2nd over 200 metres, he was up against defending champion Denis Ostapchenko of Ukraine. was a very tight finish, but Unlu succeeded in collecting his second gold, his winning margin 0.23 seconds. The big hope for a home victory on the final night in the pool was Kilian Portal. He lined up in the men's 100 metres S12 butterfly final. And the field also included world record holder Stephen Clegg of Great Britain. And Clegg swam a superb second length to take gold, with Dimitri Salai finishing ahead of his younger brother Ramon. It was fourth place for a disappointed Kilian Portal. The mixed 4x100 metres freestyle relay made its Paralympic Games debut. The world record holders were Italy. With male and female swimmers and different classifications, it's an exciting format where the lead is likely to change hands throughout. Stefano Raimondi gave Italy an early lead, but at halfway, Canada had taken over. And after 300 metres, they led the United States of America by almost 4 seconds. All that changed on the final leg. Simone Barland charged through to give the Italians gold with a new world record. Australia took the silver medal, the USA the bronze.
People don't remember times, they remember medals. And I came back to this games for that medal and that 100 fly, and I got it, so I can sit here tonight and be proud of that. But I decided to come back and fight for it, and I came victorious.
I'm Takito Oda, a member of the Japanese wheelchair tennis team. I'm 18 years old. When I went professional, I was 15. No, 14 years old during my first year at high school. I was very close but didn't make it to the Tokyo Paralympics. I'm here competing as the top Japanese player in this Paralympics. After the Tokyo Paralympics, I changed everything about myself, including my tennis. I won a Grand Slam title at age 17, and I was the youngest to win the title. Originally, I found it easier to play on clay courts. From then on, every competition I participated in on clay courts had people expecting me to win. So I've strived to become a player expected to win on clay courts. Now competing on clay courts has become special to me. Kunieda won the gold medal at the Tokyo Paralympics. People are wondering who's next. I watched the games on TV at home. Of course I watched Kunieda's matches. Even after Kunieda retired, he's always been my inspiration. I've been playing under his influence up to today. Of course I want to follow in Kunieda's footsteps. And I even want to go further. I hope to make a greater contribution to wheelchair tennis in Japan.
The top 2 ranked players in the men's singles met in the gold medal match in wheelchair tennis. Second seed Oda Takito of Japan was up against top seed Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain. It looks set to be a fitting finale on court Philippe Chatrier at Roland Garros. Oda, a 2-time winner of the French Open on this very court, was expected to put his more experienced opponent under real pressure. In a tight opening game, Hewitt appeared to be troubled with an injury. Oda held serve, and Hewitt headed off court for treatment. When play resumed, the second seed dominated. With Hewitt clearly uncomfortable, Oda sped through the opening set and established a commanding lead. He went on to take it 6-2, a slick backhand clipping the line on set point. The second set was more competitive. With Hewitt trailing 1-2, an absorbing contest unfolded on his serve in the fourth game. Five breakpoint opportunities created by Oda. 5 break points saved by Hewitt. The top seed eventually held serve, finding the line with a powerful forehand. And it seemed likely to be decisive. Hewitt took his opportunities well and broke in the 9th game. He then held serve to take the set 6-4. Given the quality of tennis on show, it was only fitting that a third set was required to decide the Paralympic title. The 26-year-old British player snatched a break of serve in the opening game to seize the early initiative. He had a match point in the 9th game, but put his forehand agonisingly wide. And Oda came roaring back. The Japanese teenager held firm to close to within a game. He won the next 2 games to leave Hewitt serving to stay in the match. Here, the top seed faltered. Oda won his second match point to take the title 6-2, 4-6, 7-5 and secure the gold medal. And the celebrations began. So in the men's wheelchair tennis, the bronze medal went to Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina, Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain took silver, and 18-year-old Oja Tokito of Japan was the gold medalist.
It's so special for me. I think my best place to play in tennis. Yeah, so I can't wait to come back here at the next year. I wanted to dive for the court, but I couldn't spin, so I just put on my wheels. That's it. Yeah, fitting is the best of my life.
In the women's bronze medal match of the sitting volleyball, Brazil met Canada in the North Paris Arena. The Brazilians were aiming to secure a 3rd bronze in a row against the team they beat at this stage of the competition at Tokyo 2020. Canada were after a first Paralympic medal in this event and revenge. Beaten by Brazil in the World Championships final and in Paris in the pool stage, the North Americans in white flew out of the blocks as they took an early 7-point lead. Captain Danielle Ellis showing her team's power. Heidi Peters' sensational serving was proving lethal, and as she fired down her 8th ace, so Canada took the first set. Brazil led for the first time in the game early in the 2nd set. Captain Petit trying to spark the comeback. But Canada quickly recovered. Ellis again leading from the front. After a serve from Jennifer Oakes, who said the heartbreak of finishing 4th in Tokyo was fueling her team, Alison Lang's explosive hit propelled her side to lead by 2 sets. Brazil needed a response and led by 3 points midway through the 4th set. Bruna with good work at the net, giving them belief. But Oakes was doing her utmost to fell the world champions. And when Bruna mistakenly touched the serve, as Brazil tried to save match point, Canada had the victory their determined display deserved. In only their 3rd Paralympic Games, they also had their first ever sitting volleyball medal. The North Paris Arena staged its last event of the Paralympic Games as the women's gold medal match concluded the sitting volleyball competition. For the 5th final in a row, the People's Republic of China met the United States of America, with the latter having won the last 2 titles. However, China beat the Americans 3-1 in the pool stage of this competition. That was the only set the Asian champions had dropped all tournament, but they lost another as America took the opener, Nicole Nieves, with a stunning winner.
Second essai de la finale paralympique remporté par le Team USA.
In the second encounter, China led for the first time by 6 points, but that lead had been clawed back by the time Tang Shui-mei showed an exquisite slicing touch to restore their advantage. The Chinese showed their resilience when edging the second set by the minimum margin of 2 points. This was a pulsating encounter, and the crowd in the North Paris arena were literally jumping. Heather Eriksson, who won her first Paralympic medal aged 15, was on top form, and her huge hit helped the Americans take the third set to lead 2-1. The fourth set only raised the excitement, the lead changing hands 6 times before the United States had the chance to win the match. They could not take their first opportunity, but Katie Bridge ensured they took their third to take a brilliant final by 3-1 and so inflict China's first defeat in Paris. The Americans now join China on 3 Paralympic gold medals apiece. The undisputed powerhouses of women's sitting volleyball having provided a stunning finale.
Especially somebody like Anderson and his incredible free throw record.
18 points in the game for Big Pat Anderson. Canada's lead is up to 11. Inside the final minute of play in the opening half, Thomas Boma up there with Guntner. 2-on-2, waits for help from Dreimuller. He might have a path to the basket, then it gets shut down. Here's Boma right in. Fights off the defenders and puts in a nice basket.
And that's Tommy Boma all over there. His ability just to use his hips to weave, to create space and find a finish where there appears to be no space whatsoever.
Here's Jasmine. That time it rattles out. Germany's going to get a chance. A couple of seconds difference between the game clock and the shot clock. Gonchin falls, pops himself right back up again. Here's Boma, thinks about 3. And whistle goes, foul on Canada.
As Dreimuller just driving through the lane there and just drawing the foul. Ideally, Germany would have had their shot slightly later in this quarter. They're going to give Canada an opportunity to get another offense here. But the opportunity to draw a foul on someone that maybe adds up and has an impact later in the game can also be a real positive for them.
Ostapchuk getting a message from the official. Dreimeller's going to get one more. 14 seconds left. Canada's got Chad Jasmine down on the other end of the floor.
Yeah, Jasmine just there as an outlet, as I imagine Germany are going to press out of this. They've brought Albrecht into the game for his speed, so as we can see, press defense straight away, and Jasmine there is the outlet.
And now here comes Ostapchuk to the basket by himself, too hard. And Germany's going to get one last chance here. Here's Albrecht with a long one, and that's short. And that's going to do it for the first half. It's an 8-point lead, Canada over Germany at halftime in the bronze medal match.
Into the second half, every time the Germans closed the gap, Anderson accumulated, adding 4 more points. But another player began to make his mark. Thomas Boma hit a hot streak, outscoring Anderson by adding 14 points in the quarter. He brought Germany to within 1. Game on. Boma carried that form into the final quarter and took the Germans 7 points clear. And this, from outside the D, made it 10, a lead from which Canada couldn't recover. Boma with a match-winning contribution of 36 points. Germany, who trailed for almost three-quarters of the match, coming back to win it 75-62 to take the bronze medal and spark wild celebrations in the Bercy Arena. And for good reason. The Germans were on the Paralympic podium for the first time since 1992.
हमारे साथ में हमारी कस्तूरी, राजामणि, हमारे अशोक और हमारे अमित, हमारे दोनों एथलीट, अभी कस्तूरी का इवेंट ख़त्म हुआ है और उसने लाइव बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस किया है 105 और उसकी रैंक जो है वो 7th आई है और ये हमारे लिए एक अभी शुरुआत है। अभी हमारे जो कंपटीशन है थोड़ा टफ है, तो अगली तैयारी हमने अभी से प्लान बना के जाके प्लान करेंगे और तैयारी करेंगे और उम्मीद करते हैं अगले ओलंपिक्स में हमारे पास 2-3 मेडल आएँ। भारत सरकार हमें पूरी सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं, हमारा अशोक टॉप्स में है और मैं सरकार से और निवेदन करूंगा कि पैरा पावर लिफ्टिंग के लिए 2-3, क्योंकि ये सबसे महंगा, खर्चीला और सबसे मुश्किल गेम है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स में, तो इसके लिए मैं गुजारिश करूंगा साई से, सरकार से कि हमारे 3-4 जो टैलेंटेड और एथलीट हैं उनको भी टॉप स्कीम में लाया जाए और उम्मीद करते हैं कि कमिंग कॉमनवेल्थ और एशियन गेम में हमारे काफ़ी मेडल आएंगे। लास्ट ओलंपिक में हमारे 19 मेडल थे, तो इस बार हमने 25 पार का नारा दिया था और जब हमारी सेंड ऑफ सेरेमनी थी मंत्री जी के सामने भी हम सब ने यही बोला था और उसको हमने पार किया। इसमें हमारे पूरी पैरालंपिक कमेटी के अध्यक्ष, हमारे सेक्रेटरी जनरल, हमारे तीनों चेयरमैन, स्विमिंग के चेयरमैन, शूटिंग के चेयरमैन, पावर लिफ्टिंग के चेयरमैन और एथलेटिक्स के चेयरमैन, सभी लोगों ने मिलजुल के बहुत शानदार काम किया। मुझे अफसोस है कि पावर लिफ्टिंग में कोई मेडल नहीं आया, ये हमारे लिए थोड़ी निराशा की बात है। हमें 1-2 मेडल की उम्मीद थी, वो हम नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन हमें जो हमने टारगेट रखा था उसको हमने पार किया और उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगले ओलंपिक में हम इससे बड़े ज़्यादा मेडल लेके आएंगे। पावर लिफ्टिंग के लिए हमारा एक ट्रेनिंग शेड्यूल होता है और ट्रेनिंग में डिफरेंट टाइप की ट्रेनिंग होती हैं। कभी जिम ट्रेनिंग होती है, बेंच ट्रेनिंग होती है, कभी हम इसको ऑफ सीजन में हम 100%, 110% तक लेके जाते हैं और जब सीजन कंपटीशन का टाइम होता है थोड़ा वेट कम करके लाइट 80 से 90% पे हम वर्कआउट करते हैं और अब भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अच्छा से अच्छा हो। लेट्स होप कि आगे कुछ अच्छा होगा। बच्चे हैं, दिव्यांग हैं, उनको भी एक संदेश देना चाहता हूं कि जो अगर वो घर में न बैठ के ग्राउंड की तरफ आएँ और अपना स्पोर्ट्स में कैरियर बनाएं और हम सब लोग और पैरालंपिक कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया, भारत सरकार सब आपके साथ में है। आप स्पोर्ट्स में अपनी किस्मत आजमाइए और एक आप उसमें काफ़ी नाम और शोहरत दोनों कमा सकते हैं।
टारगेट तो हमारा 25 मेडल का था, 24 मेडल कल हुए थे और 1 मेडल की आशा कर रहे थे और ऐसा धमाका हुआ कि जो जूडो का जो गोल्ड मेडल आ गया हमको, उसके वजह से हमको 25 मेडल हमारा टारगेट पूरा हो गया और बहुत खुशी की बात यानी महसूस कर रहे सब पूरे एथलीट और हमारे कोचेस, पूरे भारतवासियों, मैं सभी को पीसीआई की तरफ से उनको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट तो बहुत बढ़िया रहा है हमारे साथ और पूरी पीसीआई की टीम और गवर्नमेंट के जो ऑफिसर्स है वो पूरे यहाँ खुद सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स मैडम भी आई थी देखने के लिए, जहाँ गोल्ड मेडल मैच चल रहा था हमारा बैडमिंटन का, बहुत बड़ा शानदार मैच रहा और बहुत खुश मैडम बहुत खुश थे और उनका सपोर्ट तो बहुत बढ़िया है। पूरी टीम जो लगी है हमारे देवेंद्र जी अध्यक्ष, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एसपी सांगवान जी, सभी 2 वाइस प्रेसिडेंट और सेक्रेटरी, पूरी टीम हमारी लगी हुई है यहाँ खेलगांव में और पूरे कोचेस, बहुत मेहनत कोचेस ने ली है और उसका फल आज खिलाड़ी के माध्यम से हमको मेडल के माध्यम से देखने मिल रहा है। ये बहुत खुशी की बात है। अभी हमने तो वादा किया था कि 25 मेडल और टॉप 20 में आने का, अब 25 तो पार हो गए मेडल और टॉप 20 में भी है, यानी टॉप 15 में आ गए। बहुत खुशी का माहौल है और ख़ास करके जो हमारे सत्यनारायण सर जी है, चीफ कोच है, पूरे एथलीट और जितने भी कोचेस, एस्कॉर्ट, सपोर्ट स्टाफ और मीडिया कर्मचारी यहाँ पे मौजूद है, उनके लिए मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ और हमारे पीसीआई की टीम की तरह से उनको सभी को मैं और भारतवासियों को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
They will be brought back to the centre every single time. The reason for that is rather than just start the contest wherever they land, it might be a left-handed grip, it might be a right-handed, but two hands have to be on. An immediate attack there, and well, she came off one of the sides there, and that Ipon Sianagi there by Aldanahani was not far off a score. Arm lock or strangle for a submission. And she's going to go again, other side this time. And this is great stuff. Alda Nahani is absolutely blasting her way through this contest. Left and right shoulder throws. And there it is, right, and she's taken her back. That's what she was looking for there, and she was waiting for it. And Alda Nahani there, well, she was attacking all the time, and Esmaeva was waiting for the counter. And that was against the run of play. And you might look at that and think, well, that wasn't the way it should have gone, but that is judo, I'm afraid. And Alda Nahani, being well ahead there in that contest, gets taken back for a full ippon. Tani Otoshi, and she takes Alda Nahani out of the competition. Has she? No, she hasn't. Well, yes, she has. I thought so. So she gets the ippon. Alda Nahani is now out of the competition, and after a fine performance, I have to say. The referee, look at them both absolutely rallying for the opening grip there, and they're going to attack immediately. He says hajime. Hajime means begin in judo, and away they go, and immediately they go into stance. They have to have two hands on at all times. They can readjust that grip. Was a meaning technique, and that there is a Tomonagi attempt there, and Tomonagi is a stomach throw, sacrifice throw, and he's going to go on to the arm here. Now, can he fall back onto it? Yes, he can. He needs to apply the pressure onto the elbow, straighten the arm out here, and Kizilashvili has a possibility to straighten it out, and he does. He straightens the arm out, gets the submission there. Kizilashvili goes through to the quarterfinals. Smagalulili then of Kazakhstan is out because you have to get through to the quarterfinals to stand any chance of going through to the next round. Smagalulili then goes out of the competition, and it's Kizilashvili who will go through to the quarterfinals, and there are fighters that are already through to that quarterfinal stages. We're just... Well, I think that we're going to see a big leg coming across in a minute from Tastan. He's kind of setting him up for it. Left to left, so that means left lapel, left sleeve. There's the Makikomi, that's the one that he's been setting him up for, and he's landed himself on his back as well, so that was almost danger. Very close there with that. Remember, he needs a landing. And he's got it again. Another good attack there. He gets the Wazeti Ippon. So two Wazaris make an Ippon, and that was great stuff there from Daskaren. And that is a step further for him because it means that he will go through to the semi-final. And it means that Ona Tascan has to go through to the repechage final match. He'll have to fight one more time, and then if he wins that, he will fight the losing semi-finalist on the other side of the draw.
For a medal, well, that's all to come right now. In round 2, 117 kilograms.
Stop!
Up! Let's go, yeah!
Rest!
Third place, Sibel Can of Turkey is on her way out with a successful opening lift of 120 kilos. Now we speak of dedication and sacrifice to be an athlete, to reach the pinnacle that is the Paralympics. She does most of her training at home, which has been her preference because when in her early career, start and rack the final command at the end of the lift.
Stop!
Ruza Kaziyeva, the 30-year-old from Uzbekistan, has put an extra 7 kilograms on the bar. First round lift 135 was very, very impressive in Paris, today up to 73 and lifting some very heavy weights. Round 2 to move into the gold medal position, a Paralympic record attempt here of 142. Roar from the crowd and 3 wide lights, a new Paralympic record.
Gold medalist from Tokyo, Mariana D'Andrea of Brazil, takes to the stage where 7 lifts ago she became the Paralympic record holder. Well, she no longer has that record because Ruza Kaziyeva of Uzbekistan has not only taken it for herself, but she's also taken the top position. Mariana D'Andrea on her second lift will look to reassert her position, not just in the leader stakes, but also in the history books.
Stop!
And she does just that. They say good things come in threes. Well, so do
Marwan Bukto to get us underway in round 3. 60 kilograms on the bar. So from Bangkok. Round 3, 60 kilograms for Bukto.
Stop! No!
Well, it looked all rather easy for an athlete who's lifted a lot more at previous Paralympic Games, but here in Paris it's 3 out of 3 for Bukto of Thailand.
Will she honour us with a third and final good lift? It was she who was honoured at the opening ceremony when she shared the flag-bearing duties with athletics competitor Gheorghe Spinu. Recognition of her contribution to Parasports in the Republic of Moldova. And now for a third and final lift in Paris, 91 kilos.
Start!
For a moment, the crowd thought it was on its way. It hit a point of resistance that even Roshan Bushiboyeva is going to follow after Jong Yun-shil, one of the athletes that are embroiled in this mid-table battle that has just had a huge lift thrown into it by Cameroon's Tamar Giselle Mengyu. Jong Yun-shil with 2 successful lifts so far of 93 of 100, but now a massive additional 9 kilos thrown into the competition for her. 109 her designs. This would take her to 5th position. It would be her greatest finish ever on a global level across all the many competitions she's been involved in. From Asian Para Games to World Championships. A lift of 109 kilos for 5th position at the Paris Paralympics.
Stop!
One lift too far.
Relative ease. 3 white lights on both occasions. And looks like there's a lot more in the tank. Well, 123 is a lot more. This to move into the bronze medal position in Paris. Shomaeva knows what it takes to win medals. Silver medal winner in Rio. Going for bronze here in Paris. Round 3, 123 kilograms.
Stop!
Completing her lift, worthy, arms locked out at the same time. No, says the referees. Press sequence.
A lift of honour. A lift to have 124 kilos next to her name in the history books, alongside her bronze.
Stop!
Unable to power the bar to full extension. However, it is a Paralympics to remember, and a Paralympics that will see Sibel Cham, the 34-year-old from Konya in Turkey, who once upon a time was carried down the stairs by her mother so that she could go to train. But the reward now is a bronze medal at the Paralympics, not just for her family, and the journey that she's been on to reach this peak of the sport.
Ruza Kozieva of Uzbekistan, 30-year-old with 147 kilograms on the bar. This to set a new Paralympic record and to move into the gold medal position. Currently in silver, that is assured. Silver medal winner in the World Championships. Silver medal winner in the Paralympic Paralympic Games in Tokyo, trying to move from silver here in Paris into the gold medal position with a Paralympic record attempt.
Stop!
Can she complete the press? She can! And 3 white lights, it's another Paralympic record set in the women's up to 73-kilogram category.
What a competition. What an extraordinary exhibition of power that all of us here in the Porte de la Chapelle Arena are witnessing. 4 times the Paralympic record has been broken. It once stood at 140, it's now at 147. Could it soon be at 148? Mariana D'Andrea of Brazil needs this to recapture the gold position. And with 2 white lights, she does. She falls to the floor in relief, in joy. A 5th time in this competition
Than any athlete in the women's up to 73-kilogram categories ever lifted before. 152 kilograms, a world record attempt here in Paris. Less than 20 seconds.
Stop!
Well, world record attempt will end with 3 no lifts from the referee's press sequence, but that's going to be quickly forgotten, and it is by Mariana D'Andrea. The tears all of a sudden. She's been so calm and cool on all 3 of her lifts, all 3 Paralympic records. And now the emotion pours out of the Brazilian. Lots of support in the Porte de la Chapelle Arena. Mariana D'Andrea has won gold here in Paris 2024. They'll have to update their banner to say 2-time Paralympic champion. The world record, well, it didn't happen with the powerlift. That can happen another time. But for now, the celebrations can start for both Mariana D'Andrea and also Brazil. Paralympic champion once again in a stunning competition where records fell from round 1.
Means that Turkey's Sibel Can won the bronze, Ruza Kuzieva from Uzbekistan won silver, and Mariana D'Andrea from Brazil keeps her crown. She is the Paralympic champion once more.
The final day of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games wheelchair tennis got underway under the roof on court Philippe Chatrier at Roland Garros. In the bronze medal match, 3rd seed Martín de la Puente of Spain took on Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina, seeded 4. Both were looking for a first Paralympic singles medal. Even though their ranking suggested a close contest, Fernandez made a very fast start. He broke De La Puente in his opening service game to make a statement and took an early lead. From there, he was relentless throughout the first set. Consistently finding good depth on his ground strokes, the Argentine opened out a commanding lead. At least by holding serve in the sixth game, the Spaniard was on the scoreboard. But Fernandez whipped a backhand cross-court on his third set point to take the set 6-1. He pushed on from there and dominated as the second set got underway. In a lengthy third game, Fernandez chased down a De La Puente drop shot. His speed was proving decisive. But the Spaniard had some moments of his own. He produced a delightful forehand winner after the Argentinian had ended up on the wrong side of the net. The third seed held that game, but it was a long way back. Fernandez continued to dominate and was soon well ahead. While De La Puente fought hard when the fourth seed was serving for the match, the result didn't seem in doubt. A powerful forehand winner on his second match point saw Fernandez claim the 6-1, 6-2 win, and with it, the bronze medal.
Game, set a match, Fernandez.
It was also the first ever Paralympic medal for Argentina in the sport of wheelchair tennis.
Next up, in the powerlifting, was the men's up to 88 kilos category. Yuri Babinets from Ukraine finished 9th at Tokyo 2020, when his best lift was 175 kilos. This time, a lift of 214 kilos was good enough to move him into third spot after 2 rounds. Mohamed El Alfat of Egypt was going for a third Paralympic medal after taking silver at London 2012 and bronze at Tokyo 2020. His lift of 224 kilos was clean, and he was assured of at least the silver medal. Yan Panpan from the People's Republic of China was going for a new Paralympic record with his second lift. A huge weight of 235 kilos. The roar from the crowd signalled it was good. Yan had broken the record by 4 kilos and replaced El Alfat in first place. Into the third round, and the objective was simple for Uzbekistan's Kuznedin Uzmanov. Lift 215 cleanly and move into third. But he couldn't complete the press. He finished in 5th. Babinets would get the bronze. Yan was back for his final lift with a Paralympic title already secured. He was aiming to break his new Paralympic record by a huge 7 kilos. 242 on the bar, it was clean and the record was smashed. Yan was delighted with his work. Confirmation then that Yuri Babinets of Ukraine took the bronze medal. The Egyptian Mohamed El Alfat received silver. And the Paralympic champion was Yan Panpan of the People's Republic of China with a breathtaking display.
Men's long jump T13, visual impairment category, the least of the visual impairment, about to get underway with Ikuyu Smith of Spain. Well, his lifetime best is 6.75, and that was set this year, but he won't be getting a mark on his opener because he was quite some distance into the plasticine. So an X first up for the Spaniard. He was 4th here at Stade Charlotte in Paris last year, missing out on a medal on that occasion. He's peaked for the Kobe World Championships in May. The Paralympic record set back in 2012 by the Cuban Luis Felipe Gutierrez Rivera. It also holds the world record set in 2011. Could it be under threat? That mark of the Paralympic record is 7:54. 7:36 is a lifetime best of this man, Aslanov. Attempt number 1 for the reigning Paralympic champion. Well, it's a decent first up jump, and if anything, he lost some speed there as he came in to the ramp. Just stuttered somewhat with his last couple of steps, you'll see. Just there now, he had to regain his composure, and well, you can't ask much more than that off the ball. Maybe a couple of centimetres short if we're being very critical, but that is a wonderful jump first up. Vitally important to get on the board in your first or second attempts, and the Azerbaijan supporters are loving that. 7:18 is equalled his season best first up. His lifetime best is 6:06. That was set this year. It won't be up around that mark. The 24-year-old. Quite some distance over. He's the long jump world champion from Paris last year. Didn't compete in Kobe. Aslanov took the title then. Can he claim the Paralympic title? Finished 3rd in Tokyo. Well, that is rather big. Now, if that board takeoff is fine, he may well find himself in first place. It looked good. Well, you can't ask much more than that. That is absolutely perfect. His mother played basketball in Illinois. That was almost an alley-oop. Of Uzbekistan, reigning Asian Para Games champion from Hangzhou in 2022. What a start we've seen so far. Akhmedov, his first. Well, that's quite some distance behind the board. No issues as far as the foul goes on that one. T13 leads to the visual impairment categories. His father, Rustam, competed as a boxer and was a champion at youth level. Akhmedov, more of a jumper than a puncher. Was a bronze medalist at the World Paralympics Championships last year in Stade Charlotte. Getting there with one of his final jumps last year. He just missed out at Tokyo 2020 in 4th. He's the reigning European champion. Well, that is pretty good as well. The jump matched the haircut. Brilliant. A few centimetres short. But that is a spectacular first up effort. His lifetime best, Zach Skinner, is 6:97. His season best is 6:89. Second jump for Orkun Aslanov. Sits top of the pile. You'll see those markers just to the right of your screen there. All the athletes put their markers down so they can measure their run from where they're taking off from. Well, that's much, much better from Orkun Aslanov. It was a season best 7:18 with his first. He still had that slight stutter towards the board there, but he repositioned himself. A few centimetres short, but that will do nicely. And Aslanov may well find himself in the lead. And you know Brazil are always going to do well at para-athletics. It is quite an unbelievable nation for just churning out champions. What can he do, the Brazilian here? Well, that looks pretty handy indeed. Not up over that 7-metre mark, which is his lifetime best of 7.14. It was 6.66 with his opener. He's lost a few centimetres on the board. Plenty of upper body strength there. He pushed himself off and getting as much gain and distance as he can. Women's long jump T13. Orkan Aslanov, the Paralympic and world champion this for the men's visual impairment category. Down the runway he flies, Andrade dos Reis of Brazil. 7.14 his lifetime best coming into it, but he takes the bronze. Isaac Jean-Paul, 31 years of age. Bronze in Tokyo 2020. He was the world champion last year.
Then in round 4, Paulo Henrique Andrade dos Reis of Brazil put himself into medal contention. A lifetime best of 7.20 for Andrade dos Reis meant he was level with Jean-Paul. When scores are tied, the athlete's second best jumps are used as a decider under the countback rules. On this basis, the American took the silver. The gold medalist, with that leap of 7 metres 29 centimetres, Orkan Aslanov of Azerbaijan.
Santos Pereira from Brazil, ready, preparing for his next throw. Brazil having a fantastic Para Games so far. Can Santos Pereira add to this? Like a big throw over the 10-metre mark. Personal best currently sits at 11 metres and 83. Finishing 9th at the World Championships in Kobe earlier this year. Coach seems happy. Current world record and Paralympic record holder. Many medals to his name. Can he take the win here today? And that's an even bigger throw from that athlete from Jordan. Two-time para gold medalist. In this event.
He's also the world record and Paralympic record holder. A season best opener. All 6 throws taken at the same time in this category, seeded event. 3-time world champion, 11.66, improving his season best. Bronze for him in this one. Azzedine Nouiri of Morocco, 11.04 with his opener. Improvement on that. 11.70 season best, taking the silver medal for Morocco. This man, silver in the javelin at these Paralympic Games. First ever Colombian athlete to win a Paralympic gold when winning the javelin at 2016. A season best 11.71 with his final attempt sees him take the gold for Colombia to add to the silver in the javelin. Maurizio Valencia the gold, Nuri silver, Hindi the bronze, men's shot put F34 category.
As we head back to the women's javelin. Erkin Kurbanova of Uzbekistan, finishing second in Tokyo. She has with this. Just a reminder that all the seated throwing events, all the athletes will be taking all 6 throws at the same time, with a break after the 3rd throw. And that is a new world record by the 2-time world champion, 21 and 12 meters. Currently the Paralympic record holder for this event. Does go over the 18-meter mark, possibly close to 19. With anticipation to see what that distance was. Preparing for her 6th throw. Couple of fouls she's had already through this competition. She'll be looking to better her 2nd throw, 15.69. Does get close to the 16-meter mark. She also gets the white flag. A 43-year-old, previously winning bronze at the World Championships early on this year. She currently sits in 3rd.
Double Paralympic champion and Paralympic record holder, setting that in 2016. The 40-year-old
world record holder from Uzbekistan,
Nurkan Kurbanova, the world champion, the world record holder, silver at Tokyo 2020, bronze in the shot put. And in this, a world record, 21.12 meters with her 5th attempt, sees her add the Paralympic title to her world title for Uzbekistan. Wonderful 5th attempt for Kurbanova, world record takes gold, Agulma, former champion, with the silver, and Salehi the bronze. Women's shot put F40 for those of shorter stature. Paralympic champion Renata Slavinska, world champion Mariam Alizidi. Jabali of Tunisia, who was 4th at Tokyo 2020. Looking to get into the medals this time around. 27 years of age. Picks up the bronze. Renata Slavinska, the Paralympic record holder, Paralympic champion from Poland. Well, the coach is saying you need to put it higher. Slavinska trying to do just that. That's the way to do it. 9 meters exactly, takes silver. Lara Bars, the world record holder, set in Germany back in May. Her first attempt, and that is out near the Paralympic record mark held by Renata Slavinska from Tokyo 2020. 8.75, that Paralympic record mark. And Bars breaks it. 9.10, taking the gold medal.
means the world. I train so hard, I make difficult decisions to be here and win the gold medal now. It's a dream come true. It's very important that the people see that we are also athletes with a dream and with a goal, and it's fantastic that Paris, the organization in Paris, make this happen.
Today for me incredible day. I cannot see so many 18,000 people, and for me it's so hard this, but I believed I will jump. Of course, results not my personal best, but I think for today I do for a very good job for Azerbaijan.
The men's T1 and T2 paracycling road race contains some big names. Defending Paralympic champion Chen Tianxin of the People's Republic of China, and Dennis Connors of the United States, the current T2 world champion, who took to the head of the pack early on. Runner-up in the World Championships and at Tokyo 2020, Tim Selen of Belgium was hoping to go one better in this race, but he suffered a mechanical issue on the first lap. Connors proved to be a true gentleman. He gestured for the Belgian rider to head up the road for repairs, and then did his best to slow the leading group, wanting a fair race. Selen's bike was fixed, but he would later need another repair, after which he fell out of contention. Colombian rider Juan Jose Betancourt Quiroga crashed on a descent, thankfully not seriously hurt. Austria's Wolfgang Steinbichler went on the attack. But again, Connors did the gentlemanly thing and dropped behind to help Quiroga get back into the fold. It was the Chinese rider who made the decisive break, pulling away from the group as they approached the final lap. Chen, who turned 38 today, retained his Paralympic title in impressive style. A three-man dash for the two remaining medals, and it was Connors who took the silver ahead of Quiroga. The final individual paracycling event at Paris 2024 was the women's T1 to T2 road race. There were 4 riders in the breakaway, including defending champion Jana Majunka of Germany. Denmark's Emma Lund, the current T2 world champion, was in there too, as was Celine Van Til of Switzerland, who was second behind Lund at the Worlds. The only T1 competitor in the foursome was Dutch rider Marieke van Soest, and it was these 4 who would contest the medals. Majunka ran out of steam in the final stretch, and of the remaining 3, it was Lund who toughed it out to the line, adding the Paralympic gold medal to her trophy cabinet. Silver went to Van Til, and Van Soest took bronze.
The 4th day of the Para Equestrian, the final chance for medals in the individual freestyle event. A chance for riders in all 5 grades to perform tests of their own design to music, making sure they showcased a number of mandatory movements. Grade 4 went first, with riders scored in a walk, trot and canter test. Appearing in her 2nd Paralympic Games, United States of America Kate Shoemaker set the early standard aboard Vian. Not though for long. Annalena Neuers of Germany had already won 2 bronze medals in Paris. She still wanted one more. A brilliant test put her top, and with only 2 riders to go, she guaranteed herself another medal. The colour of it would be silver, as gold went to Demi Harkins of the Netherlands. Riding Dowler, she won a second gold of the Paris Games and became the only rider to get more than 80% in both the artistic and technical scoring. Harkins was a class above. Speaking of champions, Belgium's Michelle George knows what it takes to win. She took Grade 5 individual freestyle gold in Tokyo and also won the Grade 4 event in London and in Rio. Riding best of 8, George was on top again here in Paris, a fourth successive Paralympic individual freestyle title. She finished ahead of Germany's Regina Mispel-Komp and her horse, Highlander Delights, a third medal of the Paris Games for Mispel-Komp. And the podium finished exactly the same as it did for the individual event. Great Britain's Sophie Wells winning bronze, her 10th Paralympic medal. There was more British success in Grade 1, a test judged on walking-only movements. Mary Durwood Ackhurst was the rider to beat for much of the event, the world number 1 scoring just under 78% aboard Athleen Lindberg. She couldn't, though, hang on until the end. Reinhard Snukas of Latvia had won gold in the individual event earlier in the week. And his test performance, riding King of the Dance, put him top of the standings once again, with one combination left to go. Only Italy's Sara Morganti and her horse Mary Bell could change the scenario. Morganti won bronze in this event 3 years ago in Tokyo. This time, it would be silver. Morganti and Mary Bell produced an excellent performance, but not good enough to beat Snukas, who became a double Paralympic champion at the same Games. The first time any Latvian had achieved that. No wonder he was smiling.
Their final day of Paralympic competition gave the world's best wheelchair fencers one last chance to savour the remarkable setting of the Grand Palais. The prize at stake, gold medals in men's and women's team épée events. That atmosphere really grew when the French women's team made their entrance for their quarter-final match. 3 fencers per team who all face one another in a series of bouts. And Cécile Demeaux, Clémence Delavoye and Brianna Vide were up against Hong Kong, China. Each bout lasts until a multiple of 5 points has been scored or until 3 minutes is reached. And this match provided all the excitement the crowd could wish for. With 2 bouts to go, France trailed 35-32. The first team to reach 45 points in total wins the overall match. Delavoye clawed back the deficit against Fan Pui-Shan. With time almost running out, a double hit with both fencers striking their opponent above the waist made it 40 points all heading into the final bout. And an inspired performance from Brianna Vide against Yu Chui Yi took France into the semi-finals 45-41. Noise levels rose again for France's quarter-final match in the men's competition. This was a tougher test for the host nation, up against the silver medalist in the team foil event, Great Britain. The British team included Dimitri Kucher, who'd won individual gold in Category B foil and épée. He took just 6 seconds to win his encounter with Ludovic Lemoine. And when Piers Gilliver defeated Damien Tolkatlian 5-3, Great Britain had wrapped up victory by 45 points to 20.
The women's team semi-final between Thailand and Ukraine was a much closer encounter. Despite the best efforts of Saesuni Jana, triple gold medalist in the individual Category B events, Thailand could not stop Ukraine. They won 45-42 to move into the women's team épée gold medal match.
The Netherlands and Australia met in the playoff for 5th and 6th position in wheelchair basketball at the Bercy Arena, a repeat of their opening match of the tournament, which the Dutch had won by an 11-point margin. No one scored more points for the Netherlands in Paris than Mendel Opten-North, 26 in the previous game against Australia, 2 more here for an early lead. The Dutch edged in front until Tom O'Neill-Thorne tried his luck from range. Matthias Bellers demonstrated his defensive skills here before showing off his scoring prowess at the other end. Tristan Knowles, though, struck from outside the D to give Australia a slender lead. A tight first quarter was replicated in the second. Robin Pogenwish found his form, but that was nothing compared to Knowles. Another 3 with 40 seconds to go. And another to beat the buzzer, the Australia captain putting his side 9 points up at half-time. Their supporters enjoying the occasion, if not exactly jumping for joy. The second half started and almost immediately stopped as the ball became stuck, an omen perhaps for the Dutch. When they did close the gap, Luke Poppel took a page out of the Tristan Knowles playbook. The Netherlands fought hard, but Australia's impressive display from distance had put this game just out of reach. The Australians won it 82-75 to finish 5th at Paris 2024. The Netherlands finished 6th.
Japan and Spain faced each other in the playoff for 7th and 8th in the women's wheelchair basketball. Both teams have had a challenging time in their Paris 2024 campaign and were keen to finish the Paralympic Games with a win. First shot of the game and first point went to Japan and Yakinamoto Amane. Isabel Lopez finally found the basket for Spain against the clock, and what a beauty it was, 10-2. Hajino Mayo's double throw extended the lead for Japan as the clock counted down on the first quarter. Virginia Perez delivered off the backboard and in for Spain, but Japan had a 7-point advantage going into the second quarter. Aginamoto was at the centre of everything for Japan. She rolled up here for another 3-pointer. 23-15 to Japan. Spain were trying their best to close the gap, and Isabel Lopez positioned herself well for the shot and fired it in. But Japan had a commanding lead at half-time, 38-26. Spain knew they had to make their chances count, and again it was Lopez who used her height to score. Japan's lead was down to 8 points moments later as Lourdes Ortega found the basket. And then it was reduced further to 6 points as Victoria Villarino found Virginia Perez to end the third quarter with new belief. Japan were quick to respond though, a 12-point lead restored after a steal. Animoto rolled it in. It was now 54-44. The Japan defence did their job too, as Spain pushed for points. Every pathway was blocked. And in the dying seconds, Chihiro Katida found a last basket for Japan's first win at these games and 7th place. Japan 72, Spain 55.
मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आज एक्साइटेड था। ये मेरा पहला वो था ओलंपिक, तो परफॉर्मेंस जो थी वो काफ़ी ठीक नहीं थी। मैं सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हूँ क्योंकि मैं बहुत कुछ सोच के आया था और वो मतलब उतना भी नहीं जा पाया, तो आई एम सो सॉरी। कोई प्रेशर तो नहीं था, मेरा बस ये था कि मुझे को जाना है और अपना बेस्ट करके आना है। वो तो मैं आई थिंक इस बार तो नहीं हो पाया और नेक्स्ट टाइम पक्का अपना बेस्ट दूंगा और इंडिया के लिए मेडल भी लेके आऊँगा। मैं साईं गांधी नगर में प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ। हमारी गवर्नमेंट हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ कर रही है, काफ़ी चीज़ें हमें प्रोवाइड करती है। वी गेट एवरीथिंग। बहुत अच्छा लगा सरकार का सहयोग पाके। शुरुआत मेरी 2021 में हुई थी, मैंने अपना पहला स्टेट खेला था और वहाँ पे मेरा गोल्ड आया था। उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली मैं नेशनल्स में गोल्ड आए, इंटरनेशनल्स में गोल्ड आए। उसके बाद बेंगलुरु में पैरालंपिक्स के ट्रायल हुए थे, वहाँ मैंने अपना बेस्ट किया और मैं पैरालंपिक्स के लिए सेलेक्ट हुआ। मेरे परिवार का, मेरे माता पिता का, मेरे कोच शैलेंद्र सिंह का और साईं का बहुत बहुत सहयोग है। शुरुआत से तो स्ट्रगल ही किया था, पर आफ्टर कमिंग साईं और बहुत सी चीज़ें आसान हो गई मेरे लिए। जब मेरे को गो स्पोर्ट्स ने भी स्पॉन्सर किया तो उसके बाद भी बहुत सी चीज़ें रिलीफ से मिली, क्योंकि एज अ बैकग्राउंड मेरा इतना भी अच्छा नहीं है कि मैं सारी चीज़ें अफोर्ड कर सकूं। पर आफ्टर दी कमिंग साईं एंड गेट द स्पॉन्सर बाय दी गो स्पोर्ट्स, आई एम वेरी गुड इन द गेम। जितने भी मेरे जूनियर्स हैं, मैं उन्हें बस यही कहूँगा कि देखिए, दिव्यांगता कुछ नहीं है, बस एक शब्द है। आप अपनी परेशानियों से लड़िए, आगे बढ़िए, ये देश आपके साथ है। आपको कहीं पहुंचने के लिए कहीं से निकलना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर आप अपने घर पे ही सोच रहे हो सारा काम हो जाएगा, तो ऐसा नहीं होने वाला है। आपको बाहर जाना पड़ेगा, स्ट्रगल करना पड़ेगा, जब जाके आपको कुछ मिलेगा। देश के लिए तो सिर्फ एक ही संदेश है, जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय श्री राम। इस बार तो मैं तिरंगा ऊपर नहीं ले पाया, पर नेक्स्ट टाइम आई प्रॉमिस आई गेट द गोल्ड इन द ओलंपिक्स इन 2028।
मैं इसका श्रेय अपने कोच को देना चाहूँगा और अपने टॉप्स साय एंड अपने OGQ स्पॉन्सर को बोलना चाहूँगा। जबकि मेरी इंजरी हुई थी 3 महीने पहले, इन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया है। मेरे जो भी मुझे प्रॉब्लम थी, मेरे को फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के पास भी पहुँचाया, वहाँ पर मेरे को हील किया। मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा इन सबको। एंड मेरी फैमिली ने मेरे को सपोर्ट किया है, उन्होंने हमेशा मुझे आगे बढ़ने के लिए बोला है कि कुछ नहीं, अभी भी गेम्स से पहले बस कोच साहब ने यही बोला था कि अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट करना, मेडल आएगा या नहीं आएगा उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है, लेकिन तुझे अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट करना है। मैंने अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट किया है 2.08 1 सेंटीमीटर से, लेकिन 210 करना चाहता था मैं, लेकिन हो नहीं पाया। बट इट्स ओके, आई एम हैप्पी नाउ। जब हमारा 4th हो गया था मैं उसमें, तो मेरे टेक ऑफ लेग में इंजरी थी, तो मैं कुछ कर नहीं पा रहा था उस टाइम पे। मैंने सर को बोला, सर ने फिर MRI वगैरह कराया, तो उसमें 1 mm का गैप आया अंदर पंजे में। तो फिर हमने फर्स्ट अपना यही प्लान था कि अपने इस इंजरी को हील करना है कैसे भी 10-15 दिन में। हमने उसको 15 दिन में पहले हील कर लिया, इंजरी को पूरा ही ख़त्म कर दिया अंदर से। उसके बाद हमने अपनी टेक ऑफ पे पूरा फोकस रखा कि हमें जंप्स ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो करनी है कि जो क्वालिफाई हों। लाइक 2.5 पे एक भी जंप गिरनी नहीं चाहिए, या 2 मीटर पे एक भी जंप गिरनी नहीं चाहिए। अपने को पर्सनल बेस्ट करके यहीं पे चलना है। फिर मैं वहाँ पे अपना 2.05 करके आया था। अभी मैंने इसमें यहाँ पे इवेंट से पहले 2.08 और 2.10 में मैंने किया हुआ है, कर लिया था, लेकिन अभी मैं 2.08 किया है। मेरे माइंड में यही था कि मुझे 2.10 करना ही करना है, क्योंकि सर ने मुझे बोला था 210 करके आना है। तो मैंने कोशिश किया, बाहर रुकी एक बार, फिर वो गिर गई, लेकिन इट्स ओके, नेक्स्ट टाइम वी विल ट्राई। जब मेरी 2.08 लगी हुई थी, तो जब मैंने आंखें बंद की तो बस मुझे अपने मम्मी पापा और मेरा कोच दिखाई दिया, और कोई नहीं दिखाई दिया। कि मैं जिनके लिए कर रहा हूँ, जिन्होंने मुझे कुछ बोला हुआ है, वो मैं करके आऊँगा। अपने इंडिया के लिए कुछ ना कुछ तो बढ़िया करके आना है। तो मैंने 2.08 पे आंख बंद किया, तो मम्मी पापा को याद किया, बस जंप लगा दिया। आप घर से बाहर निकलिए और कदम बढ़ाइए अपने गोल्स की तरफ। प्रॉब्लम्स आएंगी, सबकी लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, लेकिन कभी उनसे डरना नहीं है, घबराना नहीं है। फाइट करो, सब मिल जाएगा। अपने गोल के पीछे लगे रहो, एक गोल को पकड़ के रखो, बस वही मिलेगा आपको। जब वो बोलते हैं कि आपको अपना बेस्ट दे के आना है, डरना नहीं है, तो मतलब लाइक जब वो बात करते हैं तो अपना मोटिवेशनल जो अंदर का कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल होता है वो बढ़ जाता है। कि जब थोड़ा घबराहट होती है पहले, लेकिन बात करने के बाद फिर लगता है कि नहीं यार, अब तो करना है, अब तो करना है, देश के लिए लाना ही लाना है। तो फिर वो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल डबल हो जाता है बात करने के बाद तुरंत। साय और टॉप्स हमारी हेल्प करती हैं, और वो मुझे 4-5 साल से हेल्प कर रहे हैं, टॉप्स साय। तो मैं उनको कुछ भी बोलता हूँ तो वो जल्दी से कर देते हैं। या इंजरी हो, वो पूछते रहते हैं कुछ ठीक है नहीं है। इंजरी में भी उनको पता था इंजरी चल रही है, मैं उसको हील कर रहा था, तब भी वो सपोर्ट कर रहे थे। मेरा स्पॉन्सर है OGQ, वो भी मेरे को हेल्प कर रहे थे। उन्होंने मेरा फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के पास पहुँचाया, फिर उन्होंने बोला कि कोई हेल्प की ज़रूरत है और कुछ चीज़ चाहिए, हील हुई नहीं हुई, मतलब टाइम टू टाइम मुझे हेल्प मिलती रही है और मैं इन सबको बहुत थैंक यू बोलना चाहूँगा।
It's the penultimate day of the 2024 Paralympic Games. Welcome to Paris and to highlights of today's actions so far. Coming up, a packed schedule of medal events at the Stade de France. The final day of road race action for the paracyclists. And paracanoeists sprint for their first medals of these games.
There was no lack of Parisian support for France's Lucas Didier in para-table tennis. Lynn Marr from Australia, his opponent, for a place in the final of the MS9 men's singles. A frustrating start for Didier, who was unable to find his rhythm. He lost the first game in what became an epic contest. Didier fought back. The match was level. Lynn Marr vastly experienced, the Australian on his way to regaining his lead. Didier, though, was defiant. Now it was 2-2. The crowd were enjoying a thrilling game. The match went to a decider. Didier was inspired. His second match point. A magnificent comeback from the Frenchman. His older brother Hugo has won a Paralympic gold in swimming here at Paris 2024. And Lucas was one victory away from emulating him after treating his home fans to an exciting 3-2 victory over Lynn Marr.
Hit the side of the coin in the most old-fashioned ways. And so nice to see that it's still done physically and that hasn't gone digitally like everything else around planet Earth. So this is the women's singles gold medal match, Class 8. Class 8 is for athletes with moderate impairment of the legs or a moderately affected playing arm to compete in this class. I think this is going to be feisty, fast, and incredibly intense.
That was a nice combination rally. Dallon's been trying to get to that, but having a lot of difficulty putting two shots a row together. She seemed to be rushing a bit, but that's a nice start for her.
for Huang Wenjun, 19 years old. Ida Husik-Darlin can pull this back. This is a big ask. And the first game goes to Huang Weijun, who just takes it with such calmness, goes back to her coach, and the first game 11-4. So game 2 in this best of 5. Good serve there from either Husik-Darlin, generating plenty of spin, just took Huang Weijun by surprise a little bit, couldn't get the return, hit the net.
That was a really nice forehand top spin by Darlin. She's down right now. I think mentally and physically, she shows all her emotion. That's who she is.
Everything she tries at the moment for Isaac Husik-Darlin, just saying to the coach, what can I do? It's not working. She gets a point back there as Huang Weijun hits the net.
That was a much better combination of backhand, forehand. There's a strong backhand and another backhand. That's well done. Good pace, good position, good location.
Well, Ida Husik-Darlin just absolutely gifted a point there, and Huang Weijun just taking a moment. This is game point for the Norwegian. Oh, takes a swipe and it goes deuce, 10-10. So now each player has one serve each, not two. And it's the first player to win this game by 2 clear points. And Huang Weijun now serving for the game. And this is to go 2 games to love in front. This is a real crucial, pivotal moment for both players. And Isa Husik-Darlin with that backhand, just too much. It's a shot that let her down a few points ago. And Huang Weijun takes the second game, 12 points to 10. Bronze medalist in the Tokyo singles and the current European champion. And better from Husik-Darlin, but Huang Weijun wins that rally and wins the point. And it can be hard when you're behind, seeing your opponent react to a shot that you've missed, as if they've just won the point. Yes, they did, but it wasn't on their merit, it was your mistake. And is the occasion getting to Isa Husik-Darlin? Body language isn't positive at the moment. And whatever happens, she will get a silver medal. Of course, both of these players wanting gold.
Last 4 points, she's tried backhand topspin, drives, and with loops, and she's just not landing the ball at all on the table.
And it's a gold medal point. Well, it'll be another gold medal point. It's now 10-5. If Isa Husik-Darlin was to pull this back, it would be the most amazing thing I think I've seen on a table tennis table.
That was really nice backspin. Jammed her opponent really well. He won.
So Huang now 3rd gold medal point. And that's it! She's the Paralympic champion, has won that game, 11 points to 6. And whilst we saw just a glimmer from Isa Husick-Darling that she would fight on and try and get a game win, it's a straight 3 games to love victory for Huang Weijing, 19 years old. The People's Republic of China have another gold medalist, and she's the Paralympic champion.
She just asked the assistant umpire if she could have the winning ball. I thought that was cute. She hesitated for a moment and said, yeah, sure.
Tennis, Paralympic champion and gold medalist.
I can guarantee you that Duduk wants to use his backhand. It's an efficient stroke. It's shorter, it's quicker, and that's his power shot. And I think what you'll find as things go, that Zhao is going to know that he has to go to his forehand or body, because.
And Duduk has just tried with that backhand just to whip it over the net and go for the winner in the corner. And the forehand quite effective there for Duduk for a bit in that rally, but in the end, Zhao got the better of him.
It looks like Zhao is trying to go wide and then to the body right away.
Well, the ball clipped the top of that net at such speed. It's just flown off the back. It's a game point now for Victor Duduk, the world #1 and Tokyo silver medalist. Oh, just comes in with such authority. And in some ways, it's great that Zhao didn't get back to it, because Victor Duduk was just going to be... So change of ends for the players. Duduk to serve. Well, the forehand for Duduk in that rally, not too bad. We all know about his backhand shots, but just hits the net in the end, and the point goes the other way to Zhao Shui, who again was just able to get to every single return. Great athleticism. Forehand shot right to Victor Duduk's body. Not an awful lot he could do there. Great shot from Zhao. And it puts this game 5 points to 3. Just saw his real strength and precision on that last return. Superb. Oh, and almost a repeat shot. Went for the same shot in the same corner. Quite identical to the last winner, but just swings at that one, and it's game point now for Zhao. And it's gone 11-4. He's now the world #4. Takes that last game 11 points to 4. Duduk winning the first one 11 points to 7. First points to Duduk. Zhao Shui clipping the net. Zhao Shui too much on that one, just a bit too much lift. I'm just trying to dink it over the net. I often try to play that shot myself, and that's often what happens to me over the back.
There was a perfect example of jamming Duduk, this time wide to his backhand and then going across to his forehand. That's the strategy right there.
Zhao trying to go for that strong forehand down the middle. It's gone straight into the net, and Victor Duduc, well, delighted with that, gets another point.
There we go again. Jam him in the middle, as in Duduc. He had to go back, and he went back in his legs, and then it opened up the forehand.
A packed crowd of all ages as well. Great to see so many young people coming along to watch para table tennis. It's a real spectacle here in the South Paris Arena. So Victor Duduc now has a game point, and Zhao Shui's face says it all. Is this going to go 2-1? Can Zhao Shui pull this back? He's got the serve. Victor Duduc clatters the net. Zhao Shui gets that valuable point back. Now has another serve. It's 10-7. Second game point for Duduc. Now it's gone 10-8. Is this heading for a juice scenario? 10-10. Third game point for Duduc. And even the coach can't bear to watch. The crowd starting to get involved. Victor Duduc, he's got a third game point. He'll get a fourth if he needs it. But doesn't, and that's a great way to finish that game. 11 points to 8, 3 in front of Zhao Shui. And Victor Duduc has gone 2-1 in this match, and it's the best of 5. Duduc needs one more to get to the final. Zhao Shui needs to win the next game in order to take it to a 5th game decider. The tension here is immense. It's 2-1 to Victor Duduc. Zhao Shui playing to try and stay in this semi-final. He's a 3-time Paralympic champion, Zhao Shui. Duduc with the silver medal in Tokyo 3 years ago in the singles. First point goes to the world and European champion.
That was quite magnificent. Again, Victor is trying really hard to open the table up and go to the forehand, which is not what he did initially in the first game. So it's interesting that his strategy has changed, which will make his opponent wonder where he really is going to go with the ball.
Victor Duduc trying to close in on a victory. First player to 11 points. You also have to win by 2 clear points. Takes the game. In Duduc's case, that would be to win the match and the gold medal. Oh, well, it was almost looking like a snapshot from the warm-up earlier on, just there for a few shots back and forth. It's gone 9-9. Now a chance for any player to actually take this game 11-9. If Zhao Shui takes this 11-9, it goes to a decider. If Victor Duduc wins this 11-9, he is the gold medalist. Oh! And that's now game points for Zhao Shui. It could go to juice, it could go 10-10. What a return, clips the net. And just a bit of luck for Zhao Shui because it slightly made Duduc hesitate. And he just flicks that ball over the other side of the table. Just a gift for Zhao Shui. And this gold medal match is going all the way. 2-2. Here we go. 5th game decider. The winner of this game is crowned Paralympic champion. For Zhao Shui, that's happened 3 times in a row. London, Beijing and Tokyo. Sorry, London, Rio and Tokyo. Victor Duduc with the silver medal in Tokyo, looking to upgrade to gold. And that ball's just flung off outside the table one area, and that just shows the ferocity and the drama and intention behind this game. Duke takes another point. Ukraine support love it. He's now 5 points in front. That's a sizable margin at any level of table tennis. And some of these shots are absolute lightning. Duke that time, the backhand let him down. Clipped the net, it's 6-2. And Zhao Shui to serve. What a shot.
That's an extraordinary shot. The Duke had no idea he was going there and was prepared for a shot in his body or what. That was really important as well.
The Duke responds, though, saying, well, you just caught me out. Made me look a little bit silly, perhaps, because I didn't anticipate that one, and just whips that ball back over, and he's now 4 points in front again. Zhao Shui now has to respond, because Victor Duke is closing in on the 11-point margin. It's the first player to 11 points to win by 2 clear points. Will take the match and the gold medal.
That was a desperation shot in my mind. Using a backhand attack off your forehand wing. I think he's getting nervous. Another incredible rally. This time, the Duke was able to draw Zhao back off the table more than he's used to. Hard to produce winners when you're 2 or 3 meters off the table.
And he set up gold medal point. Is this the time that the world and European champion can upgrade his silver medal from Tokyo to a gold? For both players, it's moments like this that you train and compete for. Victor Duke, he's done it! And he can't believe it, look at this reaction. Victor Duke handed the Ukrainian flag, but he was the silver medalist. Meanwhile, Victor Duke, the strongest man in the South Paris arena.
Bronze medalist representing India,
Kato Hitoshi Seema from India taking that bronze medal. The 40-year-old Indian athlete. A first-time Paralympian and first opportunity to stand on this podium. Previously finishing 4th at the Kobe World Championships this year. Actually took up the sport quite late in his life, at the start of 32 years old. The 38-year-old hailing from Hollandia, Brazil. silver will be an upgrade from bronze that he won in Tokyo. Previously winning gold in the shot in 2019 World Championships, as well as the discus in London 2017 World Championships.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Islamic Republic of Iran, Yassin Khosravi.
Islamic Republic of Iran's Yassin Khosravi becomes the champion. The 31-year-old takes this gold in a new Paralympic record to add to his current world record, which he set in July 2023. Khosravi also became world champion this year and also won gold at the Paris World Championships in 2023. The victory ceremony for the men's shot put F57.
सबसे पहले मैं अपना पिता परमेश्वर को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि मेरा ये जीत का पीछे ये पिता परमेश्वर की वजह से मैं ये जीत हासिल हो पाया। उसके बाद जो है मैं अपना पार्लमेंट कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया और अपना इंडियन आर्मी मेरे को इतना सपोर्ट किया है और ये मतलब हर चीज़ में कमी नहीं होने के लिए दिया है और मेरे को ये जीत हासिल होने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ इंडियन आर्मी को और अपना ये OGQ उसके बाद जो है खेलो इंडिया ये सब का सपोर्ट बिना सपोर्ट का बिना मैं आज ये जीत हासिल नहीं होना था। तो मेरे को इतना सपोर्ट किया वो लोग ने, इसका वजह से मैं आज ये मुकाम पे पहुंच पाया हूँ और हासिल कर पाया हूँ। और मैं अपना आर्मी पार्लम्पिक नोट में जो अपना सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ है, कोचेस है, ये सब का मदद का वजह से मैं आज यहाँ पे खड़ा हो के मैं जीत हासिल हो पाया। इसलिए मैं इन सभी को मैं बहुत बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं कोबे में वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में मेरा इतना मतलब परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा हो नहीं पाया है, जितना होना चाहिए था उतना हो नहीं पाया, तो मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस हो गया। उसके बाद मैं फिर आके दोबारा इंडिया आके मैं फिर वो तैयारी किया है। उसके बाद जो बार बार मेरे दिल में मेरा मन में दिल दिमाग में वो ये कोबे वाला गलती जो है वो सुधारने के लिए मैं बहुत कोशिश किया और मेरा कोचेस लोग ने सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ लोग ने इतना मेरे को जोर दिया और मैं उस वजह से मैं ये सुधर पाया और मेरा परफॉर्मेंस में बहुत अच्छा इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है और उसका नतीजा है जो आज यहाँ पे। जब मैं 2002 में मैं ऑपरेशन का दौरान मेरा ऐसे लाइन बाइन पे मेरा पैर आ गया था, उसके बाद मैं ये उसके बाद एम्पुटेशन हो गया मेरा, तो उसके बाद जो है मेरा लाइफ का करियर ख़त्म हो गया बोल के मैं इतना मेरा मन में इतना दुख था। उसके बाद कुछ ऐसे में करने की बहुत मन था कि अभी जो मैं इंडियन आर्मी में आके मैं जो अपना देश का नाम वो करना चाहता था वो कर नहीं पाया, तो उससे पहले मैं ऐसे डिसेबल हो गया। उसके बाद जो है मैं ये गेम का माध्यम से होने से मेरे को ये गेम का माध्यम से मैं अपना इंडिया का नाम रोशन करूंगा बोल के मैंने वो ठान लिया और आज मैं ये कर पाया, तो मैं बहुत बहुत किस्मत अपना बहुत अच्छा लगता हूँ। मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि हमेशा ये अपना जो प्रधानमंत्री जी है उसका हम जो इतना वो लोग सपोर्ट करता है हमको और पैरालंपिक को इतना सपोर्ट करता है, वो लोग का सपोर्ट का वजह से हम अपना ये भारत देश में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो स्पोर्ट्स का हर माध्यम से इतना वो मतलब एडवांस हो रहा है अभी, तो हमको ये बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगेगा कि उससे बात करके हम उससे मतलब ये उसने इतना हमको मदद किया है, तो मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक यू धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ प्रधानमंत्री जी को।
The first of 22 medal events in another packed day of track and field at Paris 2024 was the men's T34 800 metres. Among those expected to fight for gold was the current world champion, Wang Yang of the People's Republic of China. In qualifying, Wang set a new Paralympic record of 1 minute 38.57 seconds, but there were lots of serious challenges. They included all the medalists from the 100 metres earlier in the Games. Winner Chaiwat Ratana of Thailand, silver medalist Valid Katila of Tunisia, and third-placed Austin Smink of Canada. He's also the world record holder over 800 metres. And it was Smink who went to the front and stayed there throughout. Coming down the final 100 metres, Smink led, with Australian Reid McCracken in second place and Ratana doing his best to catch them both. But Smink crossed the line first in a time of 1 minute 39.27 seconds. Ratana took the silver and McCracken took bronze just ahead of Wang. Austin Smink of Canada is the new Paralympic champion in the men's T34 800 metres.
There's the coordination impairment category. T35 is the most impaired of the coordination impairments. Katana Nascimento in 9, Zverev in 8, Svirtov in 7, Safronov in 6. Villa goes in 5. Kalashiem in lane 4. Barreto in lane 3. Techukin of Ukraine in lane 2. And Brazil's second athlete taking part in this one, Fabio Bourdignon, in lane 1. Well, Safronov holds the world and Paralympic record set at Tokyo 2020. Bronze in the 100 here already. What has he got in the 200? They jump in the men's 200 metres T35, and it is a pack to the rafters, Stade de France. Getting away very quick in third and Barreto, but flying around on the inside in lane number 4 is Artem Kalashyin. But it's the Ukraine Svirtov who's out in front at the moment, doing their best to catch up with him, but it's Svirtov who is way out in front by 5 metres. Ihor Svirtov takes it in lane 6. It is Safronov, 23.18, just outside that world and Paralympic record. But it's the Ukrainian Svirtov who wins it. Former champion Dmitry Safronov takes silver. Add to his bronze here over the 100 metres. Pareto gives his congratulations to the Paralympic champion, Ihor Svirtov of Ukraine. Well, he got away, Svirtov, then he went up quick on the world champion, Zverev, and from there, he just couldn't be caught, Annika.
He could not. He already had 2 metres on the defending champion, and then coming into the home straight, I was surprised that Safronov wasn't able to catch Svirtov, but, you know, if you don't do enough work around that turn going into the home straight, it's pretty much too late, and the Ukraine held on to that win and took it in fashionable style, and doing so in a season's best of 23.19. I actually thought he was going to threaten potentially the world record, the Paralympic record that was held by Safronov, but lives to remain another day.
He loosened up in the last 2 metres then, and he only missed out on that by 0.19. Now, if he'd have continued all the way through to the end,
maybe it did. Maybe if he did zip the line.
Who knows? But he was enjoying the moment. That's all that matters, is he got the gold medal.
But they couldn't match the Paralympic champion, Ihor Svirtov. To the men's T37 200 metres, Andrei Vdovin, another neutral Paralympic athlete, had already won gold over 400 metres and bronze in the 100 metres. This would be one of the closest races of Paris 2024. Vdovin is in a real battle with 2 Brazilians, Ricardo Gomes de Mendonça in lane 3 and Christian Gabriel Luiz da Costa in lane 7. As they crossed the line, it was hard to see who'd won, but Vdovin was right to be confident, as the replay showed he'd just beaten Gomes de Mendonça, with Luiz da Costa third. It was that close, just 5/100ths of a second separating all 3. But Vdovin was able to celebrate a second gold medal here in Paris. The lineup for the men's 100 metres T36 included the world record holder James Turner. Already the new gold medalist over 400 metres, Turner was hoping to claim another victory for Australia. He'd have to beat the defending champion, Deng Pei Cheng of the People's Republic of China. Deng made the better start in lane 4, and Turner seemed to be struggling. Turner had come through to win another very close race, from Alexis Sebastian Chavez of Argentina, with Yang Yifei of the People's Republic of China third. Deng finished in 5th. James Turner had his second gold medal at Paris 2024 with a time of 11.85 seconds, which equalled the Paralympic record.
Maria Ulianenko, the neutral Paralympic athlete who finished 9th in Tokyo 2020, will go in lane 2. Through as one of the fastest qualifiers who missed out automatically. Adriana Iglesias Fornero, who was silver in Tokyo 2020. She's the reigning European champion, goes in lane 3. Sasaki Mana, reigning Asian Para Games champion, in lane number 4 of Japan. She's the world and Paralympic champion, already got gold over the 100 here. She's going for the double. Lamia Valieva, Azerbaijan, in 5. Carolina Duarte, bronze medalist in London back in 2017, will go in lane 6 of Portugal. Aaron Kirchhoff, who was 4th in Kobe back in May this year, will go in lane 7 of the United States of America. Ryan Suarez da Silva, who took silver in the 100 metres here at these championships, bronze last year and in Kobe in the Worlds, in lane 8. Just let that roar sink in. Paralympic and world champion Lamia Valieva. So they jump, all very quick as well. Lamia Valieva getting away very, very well indeed. Also just outside her, Carolina Duarte and the American Aaron Kirchhoff. But flying down the back straight is Ryan Suarez da Silva of Brazil. But here comes Lamia Valieva, 4 from the right of the screen there. She is coming up on the inside of everyone. The final 200 metres is Suarez da Silva of Brazil who leads, who is a bronze medalist in the last 2 World Paralympics Championships. Nantanine Keita, the 2016 champion in Rio, is doing her best, but it's Suarez da Silva who leads as they head into the home straight. She's out in front by a good 10 metres or so. They won't be catching her unless something dramatic happens. It is Suarez da Silva in second place. It's Valieva and Duarte in third, but it is going to be Ryan Suarez da Silva who takes it 53.55. It is a new world record. She's broken the mark that has stood from Marla Runyan of the United States of America in January 1995. She has absolutely flown. Well, Valieva is out. She is exhausted. She takes silver. Well, she's reversed the result for the 100. She took silver in that. But she flew out of the blocks in that first 200 metres.
She sure did, and she maintained that lead right through the entire race. I actually expected Valieva to come and challenge her, especially down the back straight, maybe from 200 to 300 and then in the final stages. But the Brazilian really did maintain that lead, and in doing so, taking, in fact, obliterating the world record in this event, which was previously 54.46, which is actually one of the oldest track records that are still standing, that we're still standing. And she takes that win and becomes para-champion in 53.55. So congrats to Suarez da Silva.
Joyous scenes for Brazil. The obligatory photo, new world record, Ryan Suarez da Silva of Brazil.
Rayan Soares da Silva of Brazil.
Meu sentimento é de alegria, de
I feel joy and gratitude for everything I went through to get here.
para chegar até aqui. Treinei,
I trained, dedicated myself, I made an effort. And I felt it was my moment. I saw myself on that podium.
Era eu que tinha que estar ali no pódio.
I saw myself getting the gold medal. I felt it was my moment.
E eu sentia que era meu momento.
Really excited, couldn't be happier for myself, for my team, for my country. Feels awesome to be a Paralympic champion and world record holder of the 800 meter at the end of the year. Yeah, I'm not done, and in no way am I going to let off. This is really a great starting point, and I can't wait to keep building on what we've got going right now.
Two more gold medals were contested in the Grand Palais as the wheelchair fencing épée competition drew to a close. In category A, competitors have impairments to their lower limbs. In the men's event, Great Britain's Piers Gilliver was looking to improve on the 2 silver medals he'd already won in Paris. But it was a difficult task against Sun Gang of the People's Republic of China. He'd won 2 gold medals at these games. And this cautious point in the first round saw the Chinese athlete open up an 8-4 lead. The winner is the first to 15 points, or the leader after 3 rounds of 3 minutes. At the end of round 1, Sun was 5 points from victory. But Gilliver regrouped, and in the second round he moved to within 2 points of his opponent. Sun, though, was 2 points from the gold medal. In épée, unlike other fencing disciplines, athletes can score points simultaneously. And that is exactly what happened in the next point, meaning Sun was 1 hit away from glory. After a 4th place finish in Tokyo, Sun was back on top of the podium, having reclaimed the gold medal he won in Rio 8 years ago. Chen Yuandong had the chance to continue China's success when she took on Kwon Kyo Keong from the Republic of Korea in the women's final. Chen is a 3-time world champion, but was competing at the Paralympic Games for the first time. Kwon was also a debutant at the Paralympic Games. The objective is to hit an opponent anywhere on the body from the waist up, causing the button on the tip of the weapon to be fully depressed. Chen led 5-3 at the end of round 1. In the second round, she started to dominate and scored 8 points to move within 3 of the gold medal. Eventually, she found herself 1 point away, and she timed her attack perfectly. A comprehensive 15-6 victory, a gold medal for Chen on her Paralympic Games debut, and China had won an 8th gold medal in wheelchair fencing at Paris 2024.
I was very nervous at the beginning, but later switched on and I felt that my confidence was getting stronger and stronger. So I entered the final and then played quite successfully in the final.
The Netherlands went into their wheelchair basketball semi-final against Canada as favourites, having won every game at Paris 2024. But Canada, competing at the medal stage for the first time in 2 decades, were unbeaten in 3 matches before this. The key to beating the Netherlands is to stop Bo Kramer and Mariska Beyer, although no team in Paris had managed that, a trend which continued early in the game. Beyer added another basket before Kramer joined her for a swift 6-point lead. Almost 3 minutes had passed before Canada scored through Rosie Lalonde. The Canadians needed top scorer Katie Dandenau to have a big game. She obliged with a big shot just before the break. These prolific players continued to trade shots and the lead. Kramer edged the Netherlands ahead. Dandenau hit back before half-time. Their efforts acknowledged in the stands. Back and forth it went in the third quarter, the outcome impossible to call. Aaron Young accumulated 14 points in the first half and added plenty more in the second. No sooner had Dandenau levelled, Kramer hit back for the Dutch. Into the fourth quarter, Dandenau did her best. The score immediately cancelled out by Kramer from outside the D. Bayer hit 2 baskets to give the Dutch a 6-point lead. Young replied with 2 of her own. It was anyone's game. But Bayer and Kramer made it theirs, scoring 6 slate points between them. Canada, like every other team, unable to find an answer to this dynamic Dutch duo. 72-61, the final score. So the Netherlands will play the United States in the final. Canada will face the People's Republic of China in the bronze medal match.
Five laps of a 14.2-kilometre course lay ahead of the men competing in the paracycling C1 to C3 road race. 2 Frenchmen incited an early breakaway, Thomas Perroton-Darté and Alexander Lott trying to dictate the front of the race. With them, Alexander Hayward of Canada and C3 world champion Finn Graham of Great Britain. The chasing group was made up of 2 other British riders, Jaco van Haas and the defending Paralympic champion Ben Watson. Although this is an individual event, teammates often work together on tactics, but the gap between the chasing British riders and the leaders slowly widened, meaning Van Haas and Watson were unable to help the isolated Graham. Canada's Hayward was soon dropped from the leading group. With 2 against 1, the British rider was able to stick to a wheel and make the French riders do more of the work, knowing that if it came down to a sprint finish, he would have fresher legs. The final climb, a final French attack. Graham responded, and Lott was left behind. It came to a 2-way sprint for gold. And it was Graham, the C3 world champion, who took it in the final metres. So bronze went to Alexandre Lott of France, silver went to compatriot Thomas Perroton-Darté, and the gold medal and Paralympic title went to Finn Graham of Great Britain. To the women's C1 to C3 race over 4 laps of the same course. There was a group of 6 in the breakaway, 2 of whom were world champions in their divisions. C2 rider Florina Rigling of Switzerland and Wang Zhou-Mei of the People's Republic of China, reigning C3 champion. 2 riders from the United States had made it into the leading group, Clara Brown and Jamie Whitmore, and they were working together to keep an eye on the opposition. That included the gold and silver medalists from Tokyo 2020, Sugiura Keiko of Japan and Sweden's Anna Beck. It was a very tactical race, with Wang doing much of the legwork. She would pay for that in the latter stages. It was Sugiura who seemed to be dictating things on the final lap, putting pressure on with short attacks, but then easing back into her saddle. And as 4 competitors sped for the line, it was the Japanese rider who had the edge. So bronze went to Clara Brown of the United States, Switzerland's Florina Rigling took silver, and it was another gold for the amazing 53-year-old Sugiura Keiko of Japan, who successfully defends the title she won at her home Paralympic Games 3 years ago.
I am Jessica Long, 17-time Paralympic gold medalist. From a young age, I just wanted to prove that I was enough. And I thought that people loved me if I won gold. And I think that truly was where that fight came from. And then slowly my perspective shifted, and I know that I'm enough with or without the gold medals, but they certainly are sweet when I get to stand on top of that podium. It was the biggest challenge growing up without legs. You know, I was different. Nobody looked like me. I had surgeries every time I grew. I was adopted from Russia. Even my own birthday, I'm a leap year baby. So like, I didn't even exist on the calendar, right? Everything was telling me that I was different. I somehow made my first Paralympic team when I was 12. I'm the youngest to ever win a gold medal. And I think that just showed the tenacity and determination that I've always had.
3 in Athens, 4 in Beijing, 5
in London,
What was behind that progress, that evolution?
You know, I think for me, that was really where you saw, I mean, I'm so proud of all of that and how London was so powerful. I had an incredible coach at the time, Dave Denniston, and we had such big goals. But I think what he made me feel was just that, you know, this is just fun, right? This is just between you and I, our goals. And I just had no pressure on myself in London. And it was my best performance, right? 5 gold medals. Rio was so hard. You know, I think for me, I had 2 really bad shoulder injuries. I had a really bad eating disorder. I lost about 20 pounds. I just felt like I had no control over my life. You know, it was right around that time I had met my birth family in Russia. I met my birth mom who married my birth father, and they had 3 children. I was just struggling, and it was my burnout, right? It was my 4th games, and I was allowed to be burned out. But if I look back, you know, the fact that I was able to get a gold medal on day 10, I hope speaks to my determination. Leaving Tokyo as a 16-time gold medalist, I've won everything I've ever wanted to, and I've won it over and over again. It was really hard the last 3 years to try to figure out how do I reevaluate my goals. And being here in Paris, the 6th place hurt, the 4th place wasn't fun, but you win with grace and you lose with grace. I think for me, the victory was that I was still here. So this gold medal came as a shock. I knew I could do it, but it's like, how do you keep proving to others that you can win a gold medal at each games? You know, it's one thing to get to the top, but how do you stay at the top, right? That's so hard. So this is really sweet. I would say this is right there at the top with my first gold. I've never once said I was retiring. LA 2028 will be my farewell. I've never wanted to be good. I never wanted to be great. I wanted to be a legend in Paralympics. I think I've done that. And I think for me, you know, I still have one more race here in Paris, and I'd love to get on top of that podium. I'm not done yet. But I want to be a legend in this sport, not just Paralympic swimming, but Paralympics as a whole. Pretty proud of my 30 medals, and medals and records are meant to be broken. So we'll see, but I definitely want to be involved in the Paralympic movement as much as possible because I know the importance of it and how much it's changed my life, and I hope that it can change the next little girl's life as well.
It was the last opportunity for para swimmers to compete for a place in a Paralympic final, the final day of qualifying heats at La Défense Arena. They've been rivals throughout these Paralympic Games. Alice Tai of Great Britain and Jessica Long from the United States of America met up again in the women's 100-metre butterfly S8. With the advantage on the start, Tai in a red cap got out in front and led into the turn. Tai's getting back to her pre-amputation times and swam a quick race. But Long's signature fast close saw her take the win. They'll meet up again for an exciting podium showdown in which Long will look for her 2nd Paralympic medal and Tai her 5th. Lu Dong from the People's Republic of China has been a dominant force at these Paralympic Games. She was looking to defend her title in the women's SM5 200-metre individual medley. Her swift underwater start put her into a remarkable lead, and she was almost half a pool length ahead of her competition when she reached the turn into the backstroke length. Lu was in total control through the breaststroke, and she cruised to a commanding first-place win. She'll eye her 5th medal of Paris 2024 in the final. Looking to challenge Lu will be this swimmer, compatriot He Shangao. After a commanding lead through most of her heat, she was beaten by Italian star Monica Boggioni, but is likely to swim a lot faster in the final. Another good race for China was the heat of the men's 100-metre backstroke S6, with 3 compatriots in the race. Jia Hongguang in a red cap was in the lead going into the turn. He took the race and it was a clean sweep for China. The trio will now seek to dominate the podium. One of the Islamic Republic of Iran's 2 para swimmers, Sina Zagaminejad, lined up for the SM10 men's 200-metre medley. Australian Cole Pearce was fast in lane 4, the overwhelming favourite in this race. Pearce was comfortably ahead by the end of the backstroke length and closed out the race with a significant lead, his time of 2 minutes and 16.19 seconds seeing him easily through to the final. Zageminajad finished in 8th place. In the women's 100-metre freestyle S11 heat, Lisette Breensma of the Netherlands got off to a flying start, building a commanding lead in the opening length. Her powerful performance saw her storm home in Paralympic record time. It was just 9/10 off her own world record. She'll go for the gold medal and maybe even a new world record in the final.
It was to be a decisive day of action on the water at Vers-sur-Marne, with medals on offer in 5 of the men's and women's para-canoe categories. While many of the favourites had already booked their places in their respective finals, others, such as French KL1 athlete Rémi Boule, would have the chance to reach the medal races via the semi-finals. He started well and won his race with ease. He had earned his chance to race again later in the day. Securing their participation in the men's KL2 final would be Great Britain's David Philipson and Ukraine's Mykola Syniuk, who took the top 2 places in their semi-final. Before Australia's Susan Seipel powered her way to the win in her VL2 semi-final race. There was a closely contested race in the men's KL3 category, but the first 2 across the line to book their places in the final were Algeria's Brahim Guendouzi and Micaeus Elias Rodriguez of Brazil. And with the last of the day's semi-finals, Zhong Yongyuan from the People's Republic of China led the way and would also have a chance to compete for a Paralympic medal. It was time for the medal races to get underway, and first up was the men's KL1 final. Wearing green, Luis Carlos Cardoso of Brazil got away well, as did Rémi Boule of France and Hungary's defending champion Peter Kish. The medals would surely be going to those 3. But it was Kish in the centre who had the pace and pulled clear. Rémi Boule raced brilliantly to KL1 bronze. Luis Carlos Cardoso won silver, and Peter Kish defended his men's KL1 title to win his 2nd Paralympic gold medal. Next up was the men's KL2 final. In yellow, defending champion Curtis McGrath of Australia was the one to beat. David Philipson in dark blue had matched him in the first 50 metres, and Italy's Christian Volpi on the far side had also started quickly. But McGrath, a 3-time gold medalist and 12-time world champion, had the speed that he needed to take the win. Philipson of Great Britain and Ukraine's Mykola Syniuk looked delighted with their silver and bronze medals. The third of the day's finals was in the women's VL2 category. Again, it was the defending champion who came in as the favourite for the win. Great Britain's Emma Wiggs started well in the centre, but she was closely followed by Brianna Hennessy of Canada in the red VAR boat. A superb stroke rate allowed Wiggs to preserve her lead to the finish line. She crossed first, ahead of Canada's Hennessy, with Susan Seipel from Australia taking 3rd. Emma Wiggs won her 3rd Paralympic gold medal, successfully defending the VL2 title she won in Tokyo. The men's KL3 category saw incredibly close racing right from the first heat, and the final would feature more finish line drama. Brahim Guendouzi led from the start. A superb display saw him cross the line as the undisputed winner. He had taken a sensational gold, but the other medalists had a nervous wait for confirmation of the results. Dylan Littlehales had taken silver for Australia, and eventually, Brazil's Micaeus Elias Rodrigues was confirmed to have edged into third by just 1/100th of a second. Winning KL3 gold on his Paralympic debut though, it was Brahim Guendouzi of Algeria. The last of the day's finals was in a new category for Paris 2024, the women's VL3. Current VL3 world champion Charlotte Henshaw of Great Britain came in as the one everyone wanted to beat. She powered away from the start in lane 5, with compatriot Hope Gordon pursuing her closely in lane 4. Henshaw was not to be beaten though, crossing the line first to delight her supporters, before celebrating Great Britain's 1-2 finish with Hope Gordon. Zhong Yongyuan of the People's Republic of China would finish third. A thrilling day of medal races at Vers-sur-Marne concluded then, with para-canoe history being made. The first ever women's Paralympic VL3 gold medal was won by Great Britain's Charlotte Henshaw.
It's a great feeling. You know, a lot of work went into it, and I'm just so proud to execute the result and get the gold medal and defend my championship. So it's a nice feeling. As I said, you know, a lot of work went into it. A lot of people have supported me, and I'm just over the moon. It's very nice.
We've pushed each other on so much over these last 3-4 years when we knew it was coming into the games, and you know, it's thanks to Hope pushing me all the way that I did what I did today. And you know, some days it's Hope that gets the touch, sometimes it's me, and you know, I think that's a really healthy thing to have with a teammate, that you can keep pushing each other on, and we want to keep moving this event on. We're so pleased it's in the games, and we want it to keep growing.
There were medals to be won in the women's up to 79 kilos category of the powerlifting. Bozio Malayo from Nigeria soon set the standard. She was aiming to break the Paralympic record with her first lift.
Stay!
145 kilos on the bar, and it was clean. Malayo was an early leader. Safa Hassan from Egypt was in third after her first lift. Her second of 139 would guarantee her a bronze medal, if she could do it.
Stay!
A smooth and controlled lift for the Egyptian, and a podium place was hers. Han Miao-Yu from the People's Republic of China had seized the lead in round 1. The second lift of 152 kilos would extend that advantage and secure a new Paralympic record. Perfectly done, and a first gold medal in her sights. Omalayu failed with her second lift of 151 kilos, but attempted the same weight for her third.
Stay!
An arm injury left the Nigerian looking unhappy, but the silver medal was still hers. So, Han had secured gold. The aim with her final lift was to break her own world record. 154 kilos. And it was good. Han was a delighted champion. So the bronze belonged to Safa Hassan from Egypt. Bozio Malayo from Nigeria won the silver. And the gold went to Han Miao-Yu from the People's Republic of China after a record-breaking performance. The final medal of the day in the powerlifting was the men's up to 97 kilos. Yi Ji-zhong of the People's Republic of China was in bronze going into the second lift. 229 kilos would move him up. The referees liked it, and so did Yi. That put him into a silver medal position. Abdelkarim Mohamed Ahmed Khattab from Jordan is the holder of the world record and defending Paralympic champion. He was a clear favourite. second lift of 250 kilos would give him an unassailable lead. The Paralympic record was smashed and no one was catching the Jordanian. The battle was for the silver and bronze. Fabio Torres of Colombia was in third position but could still improve.
Start!
235 kilos on the bar. He couldn't quite do it, but the bronze was his and he was delighted. Offering up a dance in return for the crowd support. The confirmed gold medalist Qatar used his third lift to go for a world record and a huge increase in weight from 250 to 270 kilos. An expectant crowd made their support known.
Start!
And the world record was smashed by 10 kilograms. A phenomenal lift and an incredible achievement. Which means bronze went to Fabio Torres of Colombia. Yi Ji-zhong from the People's Republic of China won the silver. And retaining his gold medal and demolishing his own world record was Abdel Karim Mohamed Ahmed Qatar from Jordan. An amazing evening in Paris.
In Tokyo, gold medal and world Paralympic gold. I am very happy, very happy because in gold medal in Paris and 4 Paralympic world and 2 record. Thank you very much, Paris, because all nice. Congratulations.
As the sun set on the para table tennis tournament, Sandra Mikolajczyk of Germany won the toss in the final of the women's singles class 4.
Brings it to 2-3. Both pushing middle to middle, trying to avoid giving the other a chance to attack, but here with some side spin with the pimpled rubbers. Perić Rankovic now moving Mikolajczyk from one end to the other, winning her 0.5. Reaches to that ball on an extremely shortened serve, but can't control it on a return. And it's 5 game points in game 1 for Sandra Mikolajczyk. There she goes with 11-6 in game 1. Sandra Mikolajczyk serves and leads 1-0. Broken ball. Ooh, what a top spin. The speed on that wrist movement. Again, Mikolajczyk attempts to go into the forehand side corner of Perić Rankovic from the middle. Doesn't quite adjust the wrist angle. And again, staying strong, she had to reach. Oh, beautiful hit. 10 points and now 7 game points. After just 5 minutes of this game 2. Takes the first one. Sandra Mikolajczyk, class 4 final.
Third game.
In third game, it's a must-win for Borislava Perić-Ranković should she want to stay in a fight for her second Paralympic title. But the Serb has found herself in such situations before. She has come out of situations like this one before.
1-2.
Forced that topspin shot a little bit. It needed more of an upward movement to bring it over the net. 3-1. Admiration for both of these on the reactions. Top spins, back spins, high lobs, smashes. We've seen it, everything.
And 6.
Such a precision game, and 10-6, 4 game points for Perić-Ranković. Remember, has to win this game to stay in the match. And here she does it, never giving up. Stronger start for the Serb as well. Mikolasek so convincing in the first 2 games, but now wobbly with the pushes as well as topspin attacks. Study of Perić-Ranković's pimpled rubber, designed to kill some of the spin and the speed on the ball. Beautiful flick now. A lot of topspin on that shot. And Perić-Ranković's block ends over the table, as does this serve return. Precise. First topspin cross court, the second one down the line. For now serving 6. Beba's signature shot from the middle of the table into the white corner. But the reach and the reaction from Mikolasek, Perić-Ranković has nothing left but clap in respect. Attack almost from that elbow area, but she moves out of her arm's way Goes down the line with the forehand topspin. 9 serving 7.
9 and 8.
Brabant knows how close this was. Strong pushes wide into the backhand. And it's 2 gold medal points in women's singles class 4 for Sandra Mikolášek. One more towel off. Brilliant attack, and now finally she can let go. Sandra Mikolášek for Germany is women's singles class 4 Paralympic champion. Her first final, her first medal, and here her parents got to see their daughter coming up on top in women's singles class 4.
Najla Al-Daini of Iraq was appearing in her first Paralympic final. She faced Marina Litovchenko of Ukraine in the women's class 6. Litovchenko, wearing red, was the defending champion. She hadn't lost a game in the tournament and closed down the first 11-8. Al-Daini levelled things up in the second. Then she raced ahead, taking the third and reaching match point in the fourth. 19-year-old Najla Al-Daini had toppled the title holder. Paralympic gold was hers, Iraq's first ever para-table tennis gold. An expectant home crowd welcomed the players in the final of the men's singles class 9. Belgium's Laurent Devos took on Lucas Didier of France. Devos, wearing black, had taken gold in both Rio and Tokyo. The world #1 made short work of the first game, winning it in just 6 minutes. This was Didier's first Paralympic final. He struggled to match his formidable opponent and lost the second game 11-7. The Belgian reached match point after just 17 minutes of play. Acknowledging the crowd, he had taken gold convincingly in 3 straight games, locking up a third consecutive Paralympic title.
I feel amazing, of course, to be a third-time Paralympic champion. I think it's an amazing achievement. Also, the amount of pressure that was on my shoulders for the last years, you know, because of course you want to defend your title, and you know, also now these last 3 weeks I didn't sleep at all because it's like just this pressure, you know. And I'm happy that today I could bring a high level, and I was able to win every match actually this tournament. So I'm very happy with the result in the end.
There was anticipation in the crowd at La Défense Arena for one last display of excellence in the women's para-swimming finals. In the final of the SM10 200-metre medley relay, all eyes were on Hungary's Bianca Papp, who won silver in Tokyo 2020. While the People's Republic of China's Zhang Meng, who hadn't won a medal in this event since London 2012, was hoping for a second Paralympic medal here in Paris. Papp, a backstroke specialist, flew into the lead in the second length. But in the breaststroke, it was Zhang who surged ahead. She came home with a new Asian record and a gold medal. The S7 50-metre butterfly, reigning Tokyo 2020 champion Danielle Doris of Canada, closed in on her own world record. She didn't quite reach it, but her performance was enough to win gold. In the final half of the 50-metre backstroke S4, Alexandra Stamatopoulou pulled ahead to win Greece their first gold in the pool of Paris 2024. She upgraded her Tokyo 2020 bronze medal in an emotional finish. Lisette Breensma of the Netherlands would be tough to beat in the S11 100-metre freestyle. But in a grey cap, neutral Paralympic athlete Daria Lukyanenko came from behind on the turn. Not just taking the gold, but claiming the world record from Breensma, 1 minute and 4:88. Chang Xiaotong of China with bronze. In the SM5 200-metre individual medley, Chinese star Lu Dong in a white cap was challenged by He Shengao in red, who had a strong breaststroke length. She hung on to win, denying Lu her 5th Paris 2024 gold medal. It was a clean sweep for China, Cheng Jiao taking bronze. Rivals Alice Tai of Great Britain and Jessica Long from the United States of America met up for a final showdown of Paris 2024 in the S8 100-metre butterfly. Tai looked unstoppable, but in the last 25 metres, Long had a burst of closing speed and moved ahead to grab the gold medal. Neutral Paralympic athlete Victoria Ishulova secured silver, and Tai hung on to win a bronze. World record holder in the S6 100-metre backstroke, Ellie Marks from the United States of America, has won 4 silver medals at these Paralympic Games. She was chasing her first gold. She got away well, but so did Zhang Yuyan, China's flying fish, in a white cap. The American couldn't catch Zhang's driving speed in the second length. Zhang powered to the top of the podium, securing her 7th gold medal of the Games and seizing the world record from Marks in the process, 1 minute and 19.44 seconds. Ellie Marks with her 5th silver medal of the Games, and Canada's Shelby Newkirk won bronze.
Before coming to Paris, I didn't expect anything like this. I just thought I could maintain my advantage in some events and break through in others. But I didn't expect to get 7 gold medals. It's well beyond my expectations. I'm extremely proud and excited. I think to myself, oh, amazing.
I couldn't even believe they were clapping with me. That was one of the best parts of this whole Paralympics. I think just that anything's impossible, even being 32, right? My body doesn't work the same. You know, I'm much older, I have the experience, but I just love racing.
For me, it's very satisfying to be able to combine both, to be a mum and to be an elite athlete. I don't think I need to choose between one or the other. I have my little daughter Agnes, and Agnes was born a year and a half ago. I think she's helped me a lot at times when training is hard. I just need to watch a video of Agnes, it puts it all into perspective, thinking of her. I definitely think it's the biggest thing. She brings so much love and joy. Yes, well, Agnes has always been close to me when I train. She has been there since she was just 3 weeks old. But she's not out in the stables every day. She is in daycare when I train, but on weekends she loves coming home and petting the horses.
Actually, she can. Sorry, now I'm answering in English. Actually, she can say she can say the sound of a horse, like some of her first words was as a horse, and then she can say quarter. When she see horses out here, she just say quarter.
Please welcome Captain Christensen and her horse Quata.
It was a completely wild day. It was a hugely emotional day because having reached the final and winning a medal after choosing to start a family, everything came together. Both being a mum and having a family. Learning and training really hard, then being rewarded with a silver medal, that was huge. Yes, Agnes slept through the entire routine, the whole competition. When it was over, of course I saw my husband and my whole family. Then I looked down in the stroller and she just lay there fast asleep.
I bare fuldstændig i den dybeste middagslur, hun kan.
It wouldn't bother me if she just played badminton or something, but if she rides, then she should just enjoy it. It's not a must for me that we should share this sport. I can see that I have changed in a way. I'm a bit calmer. There are nerves and pressure competing at this level, but she has made me much calmer and given me perspective.
Det har givet mig en helt anden ro, og det har sat livet meget mere i perspektiv.
There is something much more important than all this.
After 4 days of busy competition at the Palace of Versailles, Para-Equestrian had just 2 events left. In the individual freestyle, riders performed tests of their own design, set to their own choice of music. Grade 2 went first. Great Britain's Georgia Wilson and Sakura set the standard. The pair won bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago. An excellent test here saw them move top of the leaderboard. But there were still 3 combinations to go, including the world champion Denmark's Katrine Christensen. She'd taken silver ahead of Wilson in the individual event, but she couldn't beat her this time, dropping into second. Fiona Howard had already won 2 gold medals here. A stunning performance aboard Diamond Dunes put her on course for number 3. The final ride came from Germany's Heidi Marie Dressing. Could the 69-year-old win her first individual Paralympic medal? She could. Her ride with Duluth put them into bronze and knocked Christensen off the podium. Howard took the headlines though, a 3rd Paralympic title on her Games debut.
So, slight false start, but Chiara Zanatti ready to get underway. Her home Games. What an exciting moment to be in the final 8 to perform.
And it's little occurrences like that that you will have trained your mind to just let go, to focus.
Very easy to get distracted.
It is.
Of course, for Zanatti, despite being just 21, it is her second Games. She didn't plan to go to Tokyo after only 2 years at the Cadeau Noir in Saumur, but the delay, the Tokyo Games, ended up playing in her favour. Of course, no greater pressure, if still pleasure, than performing in front of your home country. In Tokyo, it was 5th in the individual event, 8th in the freestyle.
When you have the shorter reins, your only option to show that length and stride is to lean forward to give the length of rein.
Well, the crowd, as I said, encouraged to silent applause, and they just can't help themselves. A wonderful final French flourish at Paris 2024. Tears are flowing. The emotion of completing here. Now, it's also an emotional moment, Swing Royale's final performance before retirement. So there's a lot that goes into Chiara Zanatti, 75.914. First place. Will it be good enough for a home medal? Well, she'll certainly want to be strong enough. Cher, part of her programme, and Shania Twain also getting a run out as Natasha Baker gets her freestyle underway.
Strong music with clear beats, so right away looking to match that rhythm. Horses, footballs matching the beat of the music.
You're still the one. She wants to be back as #1, which I praise when you've been Paralympic royalty. She also brilliantly put it by saying, as ambassador for the sport, I want to put more bums in saddles.
Admirable thing to be looking to do.
Will it be strong enough for a medal? We'll wait and see, but really eye-catching performance from Natasha Baker and Dawn Chorus, nicknamed Lottie.
And that performance with Dawn Chorus and our judges evaluated technically and artistically with 77.100.
Richt van der Horst with Royal Funk.
Another piece of music with a very strong beat. Riders need to make sure that they are as on that beat with the horses' rhythm as possible. Good stepping and crossing in the leg yield. It's a German stallion, very much in harmony with his rider, ears out to the side as we look for the cues that he's tuning in. Very expressive medium trot. In order to gain the highest marks in choreography, making full use of the arena, being inventive and creative, and putting together a floor plan.
She's certainly hoping it's flawless. Richt van der Horst, cuddle for Royal Funk. 32-year-old will wait to see if she can place herself on the podium once again. The Dutch have only been out-medalled by the Americans. It was silver in the individual, silver again in the team event. The emotions raw because coming towards the end, but also watching Your countrywomen perform at the highest level.
And the quality of these horses, the standard, it's not in open competition. Riders without physical. Very punchy start. These two 10-meter circles are compulsories over in the first movement.
This is her 4th Paralympic Games. Best performance saw her finish 10th in Rio. Huge opportunity to go and create some personal history. She debuted in 2011 in Deauville and also placed 4th, part of Team Italy, the World Championships at Bonn a decade ago. So she has had long love affair with the French nation. Now wants to leave her mark on Paris 2024 as the penultimate rider.
And these riders, they know their music inside out. They're being very careful to change the pace with the change of music. Often choosing the music to suit the horse's personality as well. Good, clear changes. Showing some lovely lengthening. This walk. Just showcasing the love between rider and horse. A real partnership.
It's certainly been evident throughout Para-Equestrian. Day 4, but close to the final performance. For the penultimate one, sees Francesca Savaldi make her bid for a medal. The Italians delighted. This is the second time the music from the film Driving Miss Daisy has been used, but it will be the centerpiece of the performance of Rebecca Hart. Team USA have been dominant. 4 golds, a silver and a bronze. Are they going to punctuate Paris 2024 with another medal and potentially another gold?
Three loop serpentine with the walk steps, 3 to 5 walk steps when crossing the center line. You're looking for the balance. And here she's just looking to generate that little bit more energy in the walk there. Changing pace with the change in the music. Making it look so easy. Belying all the hard work that will have gone in to make this performance possible. And that's what you want to produce your best performance on the field of play.
We've really seen from the top dressage pairings, it's the 80s and above that really set you apart.
You have to be there.
There'll certainly be riders looking back at those who produced the 80s to try and get an idea exactly what they need to do and what the judges were looking for. Have they found their champion? It's amazing to think mentioned she medaled for the first time in Tokyo. That was in team bronze. She'd never actually won an individual medal. She has 2 already round her neck. Is there a third on the way? So the individual freestyle event, grade 3, Rebecca Hart, the champion, with Van der Horst in second just, and Natasha Baker of Great Britain grabbing bronze. Disappointment for the host, Chiara Zannati, pushed off the podium. As Francesca Savadi, Cara Dimmet-Junga, Barbara Menessi and Rennie Clayson-Ribring make up the top 8.
A third silver medal for her. For Hart, a third gold of these Paris Games. And for the USA, a 5th gold medal. A tally of 7 overall. A team that came close to para-equestrian perfection.
Surreal, it's amazing. I definitely came into this games just wanting to do my best, and if I could help the team, that was great. And it kind of exceeded my expectations. But I mean, this medal was won by my horse and all the support team behind me. You know, it takes so many people, and I couldn't thank them enough. Like, without them, this wouldn't be happening.
The final session of Paris 2024 inside the Grand Palais saw bronze and gold medal contest in the wheelchair fencing. In the women's épée team event, there was a raucous atmosphere as the home nation went for bronze. But despite the support of the Parisian crowd, France lost to Thailand, as Seisuni Jana added a team bronze medal to the 3 individual golds she had already won.
On guard.
Ogaili has to make a dent in this one, in this 5-hit deficit that they are sitting on Iraq. That's one of them. Ogaili's got to take the lead, so he's got to score another 9 hits before Tian scores 5. He's got 2, making it look easy as well.
Any sport, but even more so when you're face-to-face against your opponent, you've got to believe you and your team can do this. And Alogali,
with exuberance, it's been spectacular, hasn't it?
it certainly has. And a lot of that energy has come from inside this fencing hall, the Grand Palais.
Oh, come on, it's the best venue in that across the whole games. The Grand Palais with fencing as its feature piece. It was actually used as the World Championship venue for fencing in 2010 as well. So they had a bit of a dress rehearsal for these Olympic and Paralympic Games.
And Tian answering to Alogali, but this is a strong performance by the Iraqi.
On guard.
Just might be a little too late in the competition. Tian knows who he's handing over to. He knows that it's Sun Gang as their anchor leg, and he's celebrating like they've already won this.
There are 3 fencers per team. Each faces every member of the other team once, making a total of 9 bouts. In the men's event, Great Britain beat Poland in the bronze medal match. Both Piers Gilliver and Dimitri Kutia securing their 4th medals here in Paris. The People's Republic of China had dominated the wheelchair fencing at these games. They'd already won 8 gold medals. They had the chance to add another when they took on Ukraine in the women's final. In épée, the objective is to hit an opponent anywhere on the body from the waist up, causing the button on the tip of the weapon to be fully depressed. At the end of bout 2, Zhou Zhufeng had given China a huge advantage. They led 10-1. The team match finishes at the end of the 9th bout, or when one team reaches 45 points. Gu Haiyan, who was looking for a 5th medal at these games, moved the defending champions to within 5 points of victory. Zhou was the one tasked with completing the job. And although both fencers hit at once, it was the score China needed for the win. Their dominance of this event continues. They've now won this title at the last 4 Paralympic Games.
The final medals in paracycling at Paris 2024 were contested in the H1 to 5 mixed team relay. Each team of 3 riders can be of any gender and level of impairment, but to ensure fairness across classifications, their combined H number cannot be higher than 10. After 1 lap of the 1.8 kilometre course, the riders hand over for the next go-around. They repeat that for 3 laps per rider, so 9 in total. The home nation, France, were leading after 2 laps, Mathieu Bosredon and Florian Joanny having put in some big turns, which meant Joseph Fritz, their highest rated rider, stood a good chance of extending that lead. Mirko Testa pulled off a smart overtake on the inside of Thailand's Darin Sheepchondam to take Italy into 2nd place. Just a few seconds back from the Italians were the team from the United States who'd moved into 3rd. Katarina Brim, one of 5 female riders in the competition. At the 2/3 mark, France was still leading, each of their riders now with 1 last lap each. The gold was in sight. Italy had reduced the deficit to less than 45 seconds. With 3 laps to go and many tricky corners to navigate, they knew it could all still change. But there was no denying France. 3 mighty turns from each team member and their lead was extended once again. Fritz took the final bends and celebrated on the run to the line. Another gold for France at their Paralympic Games. Testa milked every bit of applause on the home stretch as Italy secured 2nd place, just ahead of the team from the United States, Matt Tingley on the anchor leg. So bronze went to Travis Gertner, Katarina Brim and Matt Tingley of the USA. Italy's Federico Mestroni, Luca Mazzoni and Mirko Testa took silver. And France took gold with a superb joint performance by Mathieu Bosredon, Florian Joanny and Joseph Fritz.
I think he couldn't feel any better. Honestly, everything was done perfectly. Everything went perfectly for me. The day before yesterday on the road race, I had a mechanical problem. But today, everything went really well.
Frankly, we left with the spirit of simply winning, and each of us doing what we had to do. Everything was really clear when we left. We implemented the plan, and it went smoothly.
The final day of Para-Judo at Paris 2024. 6 gold medals would be decided under the lights at the Champ de Mars Arena. First up, Brazil's Arthur Cavalcanti da Silva in white faced Daniel Powell of Great Britain in the men's under 90 kg J1 final. The deciding moment came just before the 3-minute mark. The Brazilian awarded Wazzari for throwing Powell on his side. 10 seconds, all that was needed for the second Wazzari with the hold down. 2 Wazzaris equals an Ippon, which ends the contest. So silver for Powell, gold for Arthur Cavalcanti da Silva.
J1 gold medal contest.
Big moments for the fans here in the Champ de Mars Arena. We've been treated to a wonderful spectacle. The standard of judo has been electric. We'll be hoping that continues now in the plus 90 heavyweight division.
In the white judogi, representing Brazil, 2016 Paralympics silver medalist over 100 kilograms and 2022 world champion, Williams Silva de Araujo.
Williams Silva de Araujo from the Arco de Poco, just outside Rio de Janeiro. Alexandra Garcia, the coach, in the corner for him. Plenty of support in the stands.
In the blue judogi, representing the Republic of Moldova, 2023 European champion, Ion.
Kind of both of them looking for the mistake and looking for the counter. And straight into action, left against right. Looking for the outside of the leg there. Look how they turned back inside. Really good spatial awareness. And that was a mistake because that missed. And now, can he tie up the top half? He's going to try and take the leg out. No, he's decided not to go for it. Must have felt a little bit unsafe down there, just something. So if you've got somebody underneath you, and they're really strong and they're ready for you to start to come out, and then they turn you can feel the danger. That's why he just stayed still there. He thought, no, I'm not going to go for this.
Wise words of our expert Neil Adams, guiding us through. And Basic felt the strength, felt the threat. Williams Silva da Araujo, Brazilian, much the smaller and lighter, but has that speed, trying to tap away at the legs.
Yeah, great speed as well, isn't it? You know, a lot of people think, well, there's no speed in heavyweight judo, but there's speed of feet, speed of execution, of technique. They might not move around the mat quite the same, but it's a different kind of speed.
He won the speed of thought. Who can make the decision in the split second to adjust? We've seen counter, we've seen big power, but just breaking the grip in time there.
Just in time. You see how important the grip is, you know, because actually by snatching that grip away meant that the winding action then couldn't continue. So the grip's absolutely imperative. And when you see it successfully performed, they've got the arm and it's really, really tight. And the other hand is working at the same time. Oh, he's gone. Yes, and he's taken him over there. Osodagari into Ashiguruma. Now he's got to hold him for 10 seconds. He's got the Wazzari on the board, and he went across, and he was setting it up. Is that Togata? No, it's not. He's still in. He's still in, and he's got to hold him. He's got the title. He's got the medal.
An absolute delight for Brazil.
Upright judo as well, wasn't it? It was upright. He was looking for the technique. You could see his leg twitching, ready to come across, and then bang, over he went.
Now adjust the judo gi as the fans realise the magical moment. Ion Basok, spare a thought for the man from the Republic of Moldova. A silver medal for him, but a big thumbs up there from Alexandra Garcia, the Brazilian coach in the corner. They've worked so hard together. Signed shirts all round, but a sign of the times will be Williams Silva de Araujo. He adjusts his black belt, and he adjusted his game plan in the middle of that one there. The referee will make the final pronouncement He is the Paralympic champion from Brazil in the men's plus 90 kilograms G1 grouping. Willian Silva de Araújo.
Hoping to make it 3 golds in a row for Brazil, Erika Zouaga in blue faced Ukrainian Anastasia Harnik. The women's over 70 kilo J1 final got off to a ferocious start. With barely 30 seconds gone, Harnik caught Zouaga's leg, taking her down for an ippon. Silver then for Brazil, but the gold goes to Anastasia Harnik, her first Paralympic medal. Hoping to win France's first gold in parajudo was Helios Lachumania in white, who faced Ukraine's Alexander Nazarenko in the men's under 90 kilogram J2 final. It was the Ukrainian, though, who was first to score. The Wazari given as Lachumania was thrown on his side. In the end, the Ukrainians' Wazari was enough. The silver goes to France, the gold to Ukraine's Alexander Nazarenko. Next on the tatami was the women's over 70 kilogram J2 final, featuring Brazil's Rebecca de Souza Silva in white and Cuba's Sheila Hernandez Estepinan. After a defensive start for both, it was de Souza Silva with the first Wazari, the judges ruling Hernandez Estepinan was in fact taken down on her side. De Souza Silva, not letting up, rolled the Cuban onto her back, and with that, the ippon. Silver for Sheila Hernandez Estepinan, gold for Rebecca de Souza Silva. And finally, in the men's over 90 kilogram J2 final, it was Turkey's Ibrahim Bolabasi in white, who beat Georgia's Revaz Chikoidze. This was Ari early on in the contest the difference, Bolabasi getting the Georgian over on his side. With that, the parajudo competition at Paris 2024 concludes, with a silver for Chikoidze of Georgia and gold for Turkey's Ibrahim Bolabasi.
When I left home, I told my little daughter that I was going to bring this medal to her. I still don't know how it feels to be a Paralympic champion, but I know that I'm very proud of the history I've made. Also, the people who support me, the first sponsors, it's great to be here in my best form.
There was a packed crowd as the Stade de France came alive for the final night of track and field action at the 2024 Paralympic Games. The men's 1500 metres T38 final featured 2 giants of the distance. World record holder and champion Amen Ala Tissoui of Tunisia in the T37 category, and also T38 world and Paralympic record holder Nate Reach of Canada. 200 metres to go and world champion Tissoui looked dangerous. Reach tracked him and the race for the line was on. But it was the Tunisian who powered his way to the finish to become the Paralympic champion. Canada's Reach was second with the silver, and Australian Rhys Langdon secured the bronze. 4 athletes and their guides lined up in the final of the women's 200 metres T12 final. The favourite was Cuba's Omara Durand Elias in lane 3. She is the world and Paralympic record holder. And she lived up to her billing, winning the gold medal in a season's best of 23.63 seconds. Venezuela's Alejandra Perez Lopez was second with the silver, and Simran of India took the bronze. Sherman Giti Giti from Costa Rica had won the men's 100 metres T64 and was now going for the double in the 200 metres. He was in lane 6. He had a strong start to ease into the lead on the bend. And he crossed the line in a new Paralympic record to claim his second gold. Germany's Felix Streng crossed the line second but was later disqualified, and the Netherlands' Levi Violi was promoted to the silver medal. Karen Palomecki was the outstanding athlete going in lane 8 in the 400 metres T38. The Colombian had already won gold in the 100 and broke the Paralympic record in her heat. Her great form continued. She looked strong and steady throughout the race and eased over the finish line in a new world record of 58.67 seconds. A brilliant performance by the Colombian. Hungary's Luca Ekler was second to take silver, with Lindy Avi of Germany earning the bronze medal. Neutral Paralympic athlete Matvey Yakushev was out of the medals in the men's long jump T20 until his sixth and final attempt. He kept his best for last, a jump of 7 metres 51 for a personal best and a gold medal. The last event on the track was the final of the women's 100 metres T63, featuring 3 Italians, including in lane 6 Ambra Sabatini, the world and Paralympic record holder. Karisma Tiarani of Indonesia was leading, and then came the Italians. Tiarani was overtaken, and then this happened. Sabatini fell, and Monica Contrafetto fell over her. It all meant Martina Caironi, also Italian, won gold, Tiarani silver, and Great Britain's Ndidikam Oko took an unlikely bronze medal.